we flipped over, so apologies about that. That's one of those things, like, very genuinely what I really want to see happen for, like, the new year is I would love to see, whether it's OBS or Meld or whomever, I would love to see a thing where I can go in on my streaming software and just hit a button and be like, okay, this is my new category, this is my thing. And, you know, behind the scenes, like, Twitch does that stuff, that all works fine, but, like, on the YouTube side, like, that would kind of shut down and spin up a new stream and all that kind of stuff. It's a very achievable goal. And then, you know, TikTok or whatever other platforms, obviously. So with that said, we're going to be picking up where we left off with Product Zomboid. It's been a little while, so I will likely make mistakes and get myself killed, because I don't remember what our situation was. I'm also noticing that it's reloading my things, which tells me the mods I've got loaded in the game now versus the mods on the save file are not the same. So, oh, you know what? This might not be loading up my single-player save. Well, no. So it's either loading up my single-player save, or it's loading up the save that I was playing with Curly. If it loads up the one with Curly, we're going to back out and all that stuff. And I would catch you up on what we were doing in the game, but I don't remember. We were killing zombies. We were early game. That's the whole thing. But what we wanted to do in... Oh, I think we were south of Riverside. But yeah, so what I want to do in this run is we had the idea of finding the survivor zombies and kind of doing like a treasure hunting thing. And just the idea behind that is when you kill a survivor zombie, they'll have an annotated map. And it'll be somewhere on the world. And once we get that, that's our treasure map. We want to go find it. Does this make sense logically for playing the game? No, it's a terrible idea. But it's just a goal to have a goal. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay. Yeah, okay, this is our single player run. I forgot I'd gotten a nightstick. Right, okay, and it's first thing in the morning. I have no context as to the last time the helicopter went by, because it's been too long since I played the save. So get our water. How is our food situation? I got cereal, I got oats, I got jam. We're living. So you're going baseless? Generally speaking, in Product Zomboid, unless you're just going to be focusing on base building, to a certain sense, you're going to be kind of baseless. In just the sense you're going to have to move around the map. Alright, so the last helicopter we had was on the 29th from the looks of it. And I am over here somewhere. Yeah, so I'm here. Right, and we were pushing west and the helicopter happened, because we were heading towards Lake Fallis in the meantime. So literally the helicopter happened yesterday in game. So my guess of what happened is we had the helicopter, and we kind of got bullied out of the area. And that's just where we crashed. What do you get when you finding the X in the map? What's the reward there? So you'll get what's called a survivor house. They have generally good loot. It's not something that's worth going around. I do not have the Herbalist magazine. Herbalism, whatever it is. I had that in a previous one. We had a previous run where I had both the Herbalism magazine and I also had the Generator magazine. And then we died, like, it wasn't a very satisfactory death. I don't remember exactly how it went, but it was just kind of a messy whatever death. Because that was the one where we found a survivor zombie who just hooked us up. Is our weapon... Okay, so we do have a spare nightstick. Because that's right, we were leading up ahead, and these are our first two nightsticks of the run. But we got them kind of back to back. Okay. Putting zombies in build 42-13 feels weird. Something like they walk back and they don't move back. Yeah, like the stumble back kind of thing as opposed to just falling over is a little wild, a little weird. I'm okay with it, but it's just one of those things I don't feel is necessary. I'm going to skip the radio today. Wait, do we still have our power on? I think we do. Well, if we do, it's like the last day of the month. It's fine. The power's going to be off any time now otherwise, because it can only go 30 days, and we're getting pretty close to 30 days. And how are we doing? Yeah, so we're about to hit 1,000 kills. And then experience-wise, we're actually doing really good on our maintenance. Our short-blown weapon's pretty good. The others aren't really doing a whole lot. Our strength is at 3.5, fitness is at 2. And that's all starting from 1 with all the stats. What's the game called? Project Zomboid. Right, so I see. Yeah, we had the helicopter, and it dumped zombies all over the area. That's right. Okay. Trying to find about a happy medium on the size here. Because I do usually keep the inventory up on my screen and all that, which I know a lot of people don't. And a big part of why I do is when you're running around with all the bodies and all that, you never know when there'll be a zombie with a relatively good item on it that you just missed. It just happens. Try and deal with that muscle strain. There we go. Okay, let's hop the fence. And I know a lot of people like to use the fence cheese to get extra damage when they're on the ground and all that. I tend to avoid it, not from like any, oh, you know, I don't do cheese or anything like that. I tend to avoid it because, like, while it works fine like 90-ish% of the time, every once in a while you have one of the zombies will just path weird or act weird by the fences. And then it can go from everything's fine to suddenly you got a zombie where you don't expect it. And it'd be an easy way to die, like, just from, you know, a zombie doing a weird twist and then lunging and that kind of nonsense. And I've just found over the years, it's like, you know what? I don't need that little bump in damage that much. I would rather keep consistent, reliable fighting than getting myself a little extra oomph with the occasional things not working the way there's, you know, you expect them. Long-term survival in the game is all about risk mitigation, and anything I cannot control or predict is a risk. And some of those exist and you just have to live with. But I try to not introduce additional ones. Oh, I never did check. Did Drongo survive on his run yesterday, or did he die before the end of stream? I'm curious, because as a meme, since I had a bunch of points over in Drongo's channel, I did bet as much as Twitch would allow on the points, which is like 250,000 points. He was alive when I last was there, but he's also dealing with some drama because he moved his truck. And thank you, Ken Hawk, for the 70 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Do hope you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, so what we're doing in the game right now is we got the place we've been living at. We clearly took a helicopter in the area. Oh, we took the helicopter in the field to the south. That's right. And so we drew a ton of zombies out of Lake Fallis and the surrounding area. You saw in the poll result that no option won. Oh, did he just like forget to finish it or something? Or maybe something came up. Yeah, that just means it reimbursed the points. Or it could have been like the game bugged out. Like not bugged out, like had a hardware thing. Or stream crash or something. Yes, this is a murder ball run. Well, I mean, I usually do murder ball most of the helicopters. That tends to be my preferred strat. I find it safer than a lot of other strats. The no option one, not no option one. So with the Twitch polls. Oh, the no option one. Ah, well, rip my points. That's fine. Most channel the points mean literally nothing. Yeah, no, he had gotten himself in a little bit of trouble. Murder ball. So murder ball is when I do something like a helicopter, I will start balling the zombies up, like making a circle and just doing laps around it. And as a result, you get this really dense ball of zombies. And the idea is it's just to keep the zombies where I want them, predictable, that kind of nature. But it is one of those things that, you know, the joke is it's the murder ball. If you make contact with it, well, your run ends. But in practice, it's just about controlling the zombies in the local area so that when you're in a situation you can't fight, you kind of have them all contained where you want them. But you'll use it for stuff like helicopters and all that when you got big open field. Yeah, then there's Smurf where you can VIP for like 50k points, but every time someone becomes a VIP in those slots, a random one gets removed, VIP wars. Yeah. I've actually used my VIPs to like give that to people who've been here for like an extremely long time and have done support, and like other creators who like are friends of the channel and all that. I'm like, all right, you know, this is kind of a person that, you know, I want to, you know, recognize in that kind of way. So like I actually try and use my VIPs as VIPs. Or like we've had times like we got a couple of the devs behind Project Zomboid and RimWorld and all that pop in on the rare occasion. We VIP'd them so they can kind of stand out. All right. Yeah, no, actually, honestly, in a lot of ways, I feel like Smurf's handling of the VIPs is not a bad strategy at all. And the reason I say that is very genuine with a lot of that stuff. People get really, what's the word I want to use? Not competitive. It's like back in the days of MySpace, you know, when you've got your top 8 spaces, and you know you got like you know, you got this close friend and everything that you just picked up, and so someone's got to get bumped, and whoever gets bumped on the top 8 gets, like, really upset with you because, like, are we not friends anymore? It's like, nah, man, he only gave me 8 spaces. You know, I got to keep my significant other up there. Like, if I don't do that, like, then there's a bunch of drama. So that's one spot. You know, and I got my buddies who I've been hanging around with my whole life. There's 3-4 spots right there. I only got 3 spaces to work with any outside of that group friends. Mods are the worst chatters? Do you mean on Smurf's channel? I mean, I don't feel like my mods are bad chatters or anything like that. We're still friends, but you're less important than this guy. That's pretty much the way a lot of people take it. You just had a tasty meal? That's not a question. You failed at the entire premise of the whole thing. I mean, congrats. I'm glad you had a tasty meal. But that's not a question. In your chats, mods are less than VIPs are less... Wow. What? You're basically saying the more they support the streamer, the less of a chatter they are. That is certainly a take. Let's get over the road. Pull more than I should. It's a meme? Gotcha. I was gonna say, it's like... Okay, yeah, I'm unfamiliar with, like, the meme. I know people are like that, where... You know, they'll be like, oh, you just pay attention to subs. I don't get that much over here. But you'll see that go around. A lot of times it's someone who's saying trolly stuff to begin with in the first place. And then getting upset when the streamer kind of ignores their trolly joke because other conversation's going on. And I'll catch up with chat in a minute. Doing a fight. The one downside of Project Zomboid is once you're in it, you have to focus on the game. Okay. So because we're in like really high amounts of pain from muscle strain, we are doing very little damage. That's the reason why I'm having to fight quite as much. This is one of the big things with 0 to hero runs, is early game, your damage sucks. And because your damage sucks, when you pull too big of groups, this is kind of the way it rolls out. Honestly, since build 42, I've seen like one katana. Like, they nerfed the weapons that drop on zombies a lot. Hey now, let's not do that. really hoping we finish it before we hit high exertion. That's a concern right now. If I don't have it down to just 1 or 2 by high exertion, and that's the walk away. Did you die already? Alright, well there's high exertion. I've only got 2 standing on me still. So while it's a bad idea, I think I am gonna push it. The problem is we're doing, like, no damage now. Come on, fall over. Come on, fall over. Fall over. Or die, or something. That's so many crawlers. Okay, so we are out of commission from it. So let me catch up on what the heck's been going on. Let's see. What was the other Chatter's tasty meal? I don't know. How would I know that? Are you about to be a tasty meal? No. Yeah, no, I have no idea what the tasty meal was. How would I know that? I mean, if it's a tasty meal, it probably has cheese in it, of some capacity. There are things that could be tasty that don't have cheese in it. You know, it could be like a good ramen or something like that. But more likely has cheese in it, if it's tasty, or on it, or as part of it. Do we need a Maycrawl ask a question redeem? Meat salad with oil. Just Project Zomboid meals. Okay. Let's get back to the house where I can rest. Yes, let's see. The perfect 6 hours till 2026. Oh, I knew I should have... Okay, 1 second. Hey, JD from down the street. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Welcome in, raiders. So JD playing some Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Okay, we managed to capitalize on it. Oh, come on. I'm standing on you. But thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had fun in Skyrim today, and I hope you had a good time, but welcome in, raiders. So if you're looking for some Skyrim, you can find that over there with JD and all that good stuff. He didn't play much, though. Just getting distracted with, like, everything kind of thing. Alright, let's get to where we can rest in the bed, because our character is spent. But yeah, no, definitely hope you had a good time with all that stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in this game, Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. 135,121 zombies killed in one character, one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on sweaty tryhard settings. But with that said, that record has been beaten, and we do play a lot of varieties of games. Like, literally, we switched games maybe just under half hour ago. We were playing Vintage Story before that. But to get the idea, I do play a variety of games, including like simulation, settlement builders, city builders, survival crafters, and a whole range of other things. It has a perfect 6 hours till 2026. Rual does Project Zomboid, and you're neck deep in vibe coding, and Christmas Gin hasn't disappeared yet. Gotcha. Well, I hope you're having a good time with that. Let me go ahead and mark these all done so I don't spot them again and again. Alright. You dig it? Well, thank you. But yeah, so right now we have to rest because we're doing 0 to hero, so that means I started with 0 strength, 0 fitness, 0 every single skill, like 0 nimble, 0 maintenance, 0 everything. And we're playing on 16 times population, which is the highest population that Zomboid supports out of the box, and doing all that stuff. Let's see, is Medieval Simulation one of those games you're playing? I have not checked out Medieval Simulation. I have played games that are of the medieval time period and simulation games, but one actually called Medieval Simulation I'm not as familiar. Someone's vibe coding? You're not fixing that? Yeah, no, that's fair. 100% in the same thing. We've had the discussions around like software dev, vibe coding, and all that kind of stuff that it lets you prototype really fast, but usually results in pretty unmaintainable code. So it's getting a little extra go here that's not optimized for what usually ends up being a real big pain point later. That's honestly one of the ones I'm curious about 2, 3, 4 years from now, with how much has been moved to AI and vibe coding and all that kind of stuff in software dev. I'm kind of expecting it to be the same thing of kind of the backlash we got when everything was WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get, where people are able to spin up a whole bunch of stuff really quickly using things like front page, and then 2, 3, 4, 5 years later, when people actually had to do maintenance on a bunch of those projects, it was a very difficult time. Yeah, we overextend ourselves. That's why we're having to rest so long. The muscle strain was terrible. Looks like you're on build 42 version. You've been trying to pick this back up and you haven't delved deep again. Yeah, we're on the we're not only on build 42, we're on the experimental branch of build 42. And so that's got a whole bunch of stuff. Simply vibe code the maintenance away? Nah, that's the whole thing. It's the same problem, like if you ignore. There, I took a sip. Oh, you mean me. But yeah. Chocolate, fudge, or vanilla? Between the, like, if we're talking just fudge, probably chocolate fudge. Generally, most things I actually usually would go for vanilla over chocolate, but like, for fudge, that specific one. Okay. So do we see any more zombies around us? So we backed into the other group. Let's make sure we're clear here. But yeah, no, it's kind of the same thing with like software dev, that if you kind of do like the go fast break stuff mentality that got pushed really hard for a while, the reality of it is you kind of are setting yourself up for pain later. In just the sense that if you don't take the time and attention to be careful about how you do things to make it scalable, make it maintainable, and all that kind of stuff, sure, you can get some more stuff done now, but you create what's known as technical debt. And technical debt is a thing that really kind of delays your ability to get stuff done, which is why we use the term technical debt. And so the idea is you're kind of cutting corners, doing things fast and loose, that kind of thing. And ultimately what happens is, because you didn't design it well to begin with, when you need to adjust, adapt, and change, it's not really designed in a way that does adapt or change very effectively. And the thing that happens with a lot of that is technical debt tends to have an escalating issue, where every time you like make your little change and you acquire a little bit of cruft, a little bit of technical debt, the next time when you're trying to make a change, it makes it a little bit harder, a little bit more complicated than it really needs to be. And you eventually reach a point where what should be a 5, 10, 15-minute kind of task ends up becoming a whole day task, just by the nature of you have all these kind of loose, messy edges to deal with, that eventually you gotta stop and go, okay, we're not adding anything new, we're just doing cleanup. So you pay your technical debt, because otherwise the inefficiencies are kind of the interest you pay along the way. But a lot of technical debt just comes from, your boss says, hey, we need an application that does X, Y, Z, and then later on the business needs change just a little bit, and so you have to take what you've already got there and kind of, take the round peg and make it fit in that square hole anyways. Do you think mass surveillance programs are made vibe coding? I mean, they probably will be. 99% of software is not made vibe coding, one, because vibe coding is a new thing, and then two, most practitioners of software really don't like vibe coding. But that's something else. Well, that's what I think is going to happen, is you're going to have a lot of people who are doing the vibe coding, and we'll have the typical people moving between jobs every 2, 3, 4 years in software dev, which is just the nature of the beast. There's not a specific reason wrong with it. It's usually you can just get more money by switching jobs versus staying in the same one. So the economics don't support you staying in one place. And it does become the next guy's, the next person's problem. That you can write code that's really sloppy and messy, and as long as you don't stick around, it doesn't matter. And you usually don't even face a consequence for it. But yeah, these days when it comes to commercial products, unless it's a brand new product that has just come out in the last couple of years and is fairly small, the chances it's been vibe coded are pretty low. It just takes time. Practitioners of coding? Yeah, no, absolutely. Because, like, there are tools that have been around forever, like, again, stuff like the, what you see is what you get, WYSIWYG, that they'll let you, like, even if you have no technical expertise, they'll let you kind of slap together some basic stuff pretty easily. But it is kind of one of those things that you get that at that stage, and a lot of times it's not very high quality work, and so it kind of comes with a bunch of things there. The just joined. Funny you're talking about that, because your new job market for AI code debugger. You've seen a couple jobs out there. Get rid of the devs, vibe code, rehire the devs. Oh yeah, no, that's not an unusual thing. Like, even before we had, like, the generative AI, whatever stuff, like I was saying, you had like, the WYSIWYG editors, you had stuff like, .NET Nuke, you had, Front Page, like, some of these are different. You have, what is the, so you have some of these platforms that are framework that kind of have their own languages to them that you kind of bolt everything together. So kind of like what Unity is to game dev. Where, you kind of don't have to know a lot of the underlying stuff until you get more advanced things going on. What is the one I'm thinking? It's a web dev thing. For people who don't really want to get into the web dev side of it, but you can just grab other people's, WordPress. Yeah, that's the one. WordPress. So it can be like WordPress where, like, the basics are pretty... Shockwave would be another example. The very basics are very accessible, and then what happens is when your product stops being very basic, you end up getting into the situation of, well, now you want it to do stuff outside what WordPress is designed to do well, and you end up hiring devs that have to kind of know the secret sorcery that is WordPress to try and, you know, finagle it into doing what they want. It's not that WordPress is bad, to be clear, or that, you know, people who work in WordPress are bad. It's just you've given something that gets you an easy baseline to start from, but unless you kind of fit the mold, it kind of gets harder and harder and harder to grow, adapt, and adjust your product using WordPress. All right, let's back off and go back to the room, because it's going to get dark soon. See, the thing you find funny about WYSIWYG's editors, most of them include HTML block widget, where you can just say, F this editor, I'm doing it myself. Yep. Well, that's usually what happens, is a lot of times you'll have something like, say, for example, WordPress, and what ends up happening is you'll be making that, and you'll have someone who actually has dev knowledge, and they'll get frustrated because you're using this tool and it's what the application was built in before you even got there, so they expect you to do it in that so other people can work on it. And you're like, I just want to get the thing done, but I'm having to figure out, you know, just what all the inner workings are of how to do this in this particular thing. Like, for example, there's a web space that I've worked on a couple of times that's done in Squarespace with their it's a third-party plugin kind of WYSIWYG thing, but that's what everyone who is also maintaining that website uses. I'm the only one who has a dev background in the group, and I find it incredibly frustrating to deal with, because, like, oh, we just need this column put here. No problem. I could do that in a couple of minutes, no problem at all, with, like, HTML and CSS. Easy peasy. But it'll take me half a day using their stupid WYSIWYG to figure out how the hell they want me to do it, because it's not the way it's normally done. Alright. Your very first website was made with Microsoft Publisher? Yep. The other's so messy when you go in there. There's a ton of unnecessary code. Yeah, no, like... Exactly. The one that stands out to me was Front Page back in the day, where everything was a table. Everything was a table. And so you'd have this web page where it'd just be like, you will have an image in the middle, and then you have some, like, blurb about whatever the thing being marketed is, and maybe a link to, like, an email address or a phone number. So, like, it's literally just a landing page. There's no data, there's no anything going on there. It's just a bit of information on a landing page so someone who's curious about the product can be pointed in the right direction, that kind of thing. And you'd look at this, and there'd be like 30 different tables all nested inside of each other, and you're like, what? Dude, just everything aligned center page. And then just put a couple divs to separate, or put a couple paragraph marks, or whichever is appropriate for whatever you're using. Like, you don't need a bajillion tables. Yeah, and the problem with, like, it's like, what's the problem? You can just change in the WYSIWYG. The issue is, when you have something you can't change in the WYSIWYG, then suddenly you have to go and go, okay, well, I want to make this one change. Like, I'm swapping this image with another image that's ever so slightly different in size. Okay, no problem. And then you've got to, like, math out all the tables because of how it works. Or you get mad at it, and you rip out all those tables, and you just do it correctly, which instead of doing this weird table garbage nonsense, you go div style align center, or whatever the, you know, alignment. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've done CSS. And now it's all in the center. It doesn't matter what resolution I'm running it in. It's in the center. You know, tables were the thing before CSS was a serious thing. That and iframes. Oh, iframes are still very heavily used. I've still used iframes on things. Like, I know they get a bad rep because of some of the stuff they're doing, but there's just sometimes with certain applications they're just a necessity. You checked Microsoft Publisher is still supported until October 26th. You saw it died ages ago. No, because you always have that person who's like, no, but our workflow depends on this. Because they set it up years and years and years ago using that. Let's see, you ran into this with your jobs ticketing system. There's workflows, but they're not for complex things, so you ended up just developing a microservice for the complex things, and have the ticket system send requests to it. Yep. Yep, no, I hear you that. Oh yeah, no iframes thing. But not as many as people thought. Let's see, do you understand the 3D space represented in video games? Yeah, no, I've worked in stuff like Unity and all that kind of stuff. I've also, before I went into computer science / electrical engineering / network signaling, the degree I had been pursuing was 3D animation. And so the same thing, you're dealing with the 3D space, XYZ, that whole bit. Alright, so we got tired pretty early today because our character spent a good chunk of the day very exhausted. And sadly, we don't have a book for our character to read or anything like that. We're just gonna fast forward sitting on the bed contemplating the universe around us. Alright. So we're probably gonna need to do some actual foraging relatively soon. We are getting low on our food that we just have sitting in our inventory. Too close to real life? Hey man, every once in a while you just need an existential crisis. Have you really lived if you're not having a daily existential crisis? Take a little sip of the water, and we're good to go. Okay, we've had a lot of zombies moving around, so let's go ahead and do a once around the block. Make sure we don't have a rally group of zombies like right near the building. Now this isn't our home base like in any real... Okay, just straight up fish hook. Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you. So drop this on the ground and then the seeds. Things are going pretty good today. Started the stream with a bunch of vintage story, and I was like, you know what? I said I was going to probably play Product Zomboid today. We'll actually play Product Zomboid today. What are the parameters you use to determine if a building is safe to sleep in with or not? Are there zombies immediately surrounding the space? That is the entirety of the list. I do prefer the window nearby where I'm sleeping to be intact, but that's not a strict requirement. So I don't bother boarding up or locking the doors or anything like that. Most of that is not very relevant. It's mostly, are there zombies in the immediate area? If yes, it's probably dodgy, but maybe it's fine. Generally, the smaller and more compact the room is, the worse it is for me trying to have my character sleep. That way, if zombies come in, my chances of getting away are worse because I'm more likely to get cornered, caught in by them, that kind of thing. But yeah, no, generally, it's one of those things like early on when you play, you'll take the time, you'll board up your windows, you'll build a big wall around your property, all these kind of things. And then you kind of realize, well, if I just kill the local zombies, they can't come after me. The zombies that are dead are no threat. That's one of the things I kind of mentioned a number of times in the game, is that Product Zomboid, people like heralded as this game with this incredible amount of depth, and it's got a lot of cool systems to it. but it suffers from the problem of you can kind of ignore 90% of those, for better or worse. And so on one hand, it's nice because it doesn't force you to play the game in any one way. On the other hand, it starts to really kind of make things feel pretty empty because you realize you just don't have to engage with half of the game mechanics. And that genuinely engaging with them, you can do it because you want to, but is wholly unnecessary for anything. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and eat a potentially poisonous berry. And it was safe. I'll take a free leak. Like right now, I would say farming falls into that category of, you know, that should be something that you want to do, but unfortunately, because of how ridiculously slowly it is, even someone who has characters that survive years, not going to do it. The amount of effort is just so high, and the payout is so low, and it's completely unnecessary. Are you able to support survive the city using a freestyle approach like to your strategy? I'm not really understanding. Are you able to survive the city using... Are you saying, am I able to survive in the city doing a freestyle approach? If you mean nomadic, you can survive kind of anywhere. Right now, where I'm playing on ridiculously high population and really penalized stats, that you can't really survive in the city. It gets to the point there's just so many zombies you physically cannot kill enough to carve out a spot for you to be safe. Like, I've stacked the deck to myself before to try and see if that was even doable, and you can do it for very short bursts, but it only takes a day or two before the zombies, by the sheer numbers, overwhelm on these settings. On regular, like, apocalypse populations, that gets down to where you're at. How long in the run are we? We're about a month in. It's not particularly far, but also not right at the beginning. I'm gonna miss this nightstick so much when it breaks. Let's see, do you exercise regularly? You heard another streamer say that if you do it in the morning, you'll most likely sleep through the exercise fatigue. I generally don't, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. For me, it's kind of a fairly unnecessary thing. And it is one of those things that you can find yourself in a situation where you end up getting sleepy earlier than you intend to, because you got yourself fatigued earlier in the day. I don't think it's a bad strategy or anything like that. Like, I'm not being like, oh, this person's got a bad plan or anything. It's just kind of one of those things that I find generally unnecessary. Oh, right, I was taking the battery out because it kept not draining the battery. Having problems with that. Alright. But yeah, I generally find taking the time of just knocking out a bunch of exercises not really, like, it's not a bad thing. Let's see, Tree Branch is a really OP, easy to find weapon of choice. Doesn't give you maintenance XP. So it's a perfectly acceptable weapon, but you'll never gain any points of maintenance using it. Has Project Zomboid ever raised your heart rate above 170? I don't keep a heart rate monitor on, so I can't answer that question. Yeah, no, very much I feel like Build 41, the farming system was a bit stronger than was necessarily appropriate, but, like, it was fine. For all intents and purposes, it was fine. You know, it wasn't good, it was fine. Whereas I would certainly go to the other end of things. I would say Build 42 the farming system for like everything they've added to and wanting to make it more interesting and all that, they've effectively made it useless. Is there any functional difference between handheld walkie-talkies and radios? So, unless it changed with Build 42, the like walkie-talkies, like the military walkie-talkie and all that, had a higher power consumption than like the little teeny tiny ones, but they had a wider range of frequencies and distance you could hear stuff from, which in single player means literally no difference other than one has a little bit more battery usage. Multiplayer, if people are using walkie-talkies, then that becomes relevant, which, outside of like big organized events with lots of people, is pretty close to never. Maybe crafted spears get you maintenance? Yes, crafted spears will get you maintenance, but these days in Build 42, they require saplings, not branches, which means they're a lot harder to make in any meaningful capacity. But yeah, all the stuff like stones and tree branches and stuff like that, none of those give you maintenance. One of the ones that's honestly pretty disappointing is crowbars no longer give you maintenance, which used to be like the go-to when you were trying to get your maintenance skill up. You would grab a crowbar and you'd use that because it's durable enough you'd get a point or two of maintenance before you got through your first crowbar. You can carve spears out of mops? Yep. Yeah, there's a couple of things like long handles and all that you can make that. Nah, it's a bread knife. Let's see, how many zombies is the time to run threshold? It's not number of zombies, really. Because that's one of those ones when you look at your character's stats, they can vary wildly. If I have a character that's got 0 stats, no skills in anything, and it's the very first, time I'm fighting, it gets to be like 3 or 4 zombies is what I can handle before my character's too exhausted to be relevant. But at the same time, if my character's progressed and we're saying at like 6, 7 or so in our stats or whatever, that there's a very strong chance that I can take down an entire rally group and not be in too bad a shape on the other side of it. So it is a very, very variable thing depending on where you're at in your run kind of deal. And spears break after killing like 2 zombies, they nerf them to death. Well, spears have always been super fragile. It was just in Build 41, you could craft so many that you could get your spear skill up pretty quickly to then, once you start getting higher level in spear maintenance, then they would last an okay amount of time. But the times I use spears in Build 41, which is not many, I would need to bring with me like 8 or 12 spears, even at 10 maintenance, and I would blast through all those spears in the course of a day. It's one of the reasons why spears have been my least favorite weapon category, just in general, is because their biggest negative is their durability is crap. But yeah, no, it's a thing that like the big penalty they did this one is they made crafting them way harder, because that was one of the main advantages of spears. You could just go cut down like 4 or 5 trees, and you had like 100 spears laying around at that stage. No idea about the stone-crafted sickle. To be clear, I'm not someone who tries to, like, seek out whatever the meta weapon is or whatever. I generally use what weapon I've got available. Broadly speaking, I tend to have a preference toward short blades as a weapon category, because they have very low stamina use, they're very light, so they don't tend to cause muscle strain, they don't tend to push your stamina very hard. So it means you can stay fighting at lower risks for a lot longer in a day. Versus, like, one of the other preferences back in Build 41 was the stone axes, that even though they were fragile, they were fairly light for an axe. And so it's just kind of one of those things. But yeah, I know you have people go back and forth on what the meta is and everything at any given build and all that. And I'd actually say it's a little worse in Build 42 than it was in Build 41. Build 41, I feel like they did a really good job of the weapons being fairly balanced. Yeah, I know people openly were like, spears are the meta, they're so meta, everyone needs to be using spears. And they were strong, like, in the numbers, you could go in and be like, yeah, objectively, for deleting the most zombies in a straight-up fight, you know, spears won that once you got to endgame. It's not wrong. But it was only by a small margin over the hunting knives. And at the same time, it's also one of those things you're like, right, but there's a lot of extra nonsense you got to deal with them, that you have to craft that many more of them. You have to deliberately play around the execution animation, which is not hard. It's an easy thing to do, but it is another thing you have to do. Whereas, like, with short blades, yes, they have an execution animation, but it's not one you got to worry about playing around. Like, they just mechanically work different, so they don't pose the, like, the hunting blade, or the short blades don't pose the same risk as the spears when you get a bad execution. So I felt it was relatively fair that they're a bit on the strong side, because also, like, one of the negatives, you gotta have that much of your bag just full of spears. And definitely there's something to be said about giving up a bunch of inventory space. Okay. So we're having a leak. They're putting some pepper on it. Let's see. Build 42 is so fun with the stealth kill short blade execution, sneaking up with zombies. Not something you get to do very often, but it's very satisfying. It's probably just carryover from Build 41, but I still do not stealth, like, ever. There's just way too many things. The Twitch support, reset your password. So neither your original one nor the one they sent works. Just small indie company. I mean, you've had a lot of issues with Twitch support. Like, are you sure your account's not been compromised or something? It's like every other day you're talking about like something else you're dealing with Twitch support. And like, don't get me wrong, Twitch support it's pretty bad. But it definitely feels like there's more going on than just the typical Twitch support not being particularly good. N9? What do you mean by N9? I'm sorry to hear that, Basset. I hope your headache cools off. Let's see. No, easy way to carry a bunch of speed. Yeah, no easy way. I see. Yes, makes sense. Yeah, now generally what you're gonna find, Beaver, is when it comes to the weapon situation, you kind of just use whatever you can get your hands on. There is no, like, easy, that's the correct one to craft. You keep carving, you keep picking up stones, you keep picking up flint, all that kind of stuff, and just work from there. And you end up just slowly making yourself, like, stone hammers, stone axes. None of them are amazing, but they're okay. Trying to grab a couple rags here and there. Yeah, you got these groups all around. Did we find another farmhouse? Right, we have Nash Road up there. Because it would be nice to slowly work our way up there. Not get too caught up in fighting literally everything. Because I can manage to push the occasional house. We could score the occasional extra weapon. That doesn't depend on all this. Where did I take the last helicopter? I think it was the fields to the south, right? Yeah, so we took the helicopter way down here, but you can see they did spread up this way. So my expectation is when I can get over here farther to the west, we'll get away from where I dumped the zombies. And so we'll have like a bit of an easier time. And that'll give me a little bit more room to do stuff like foraging and all that. Oh, we're starting to get some corpse sickness, like, properly up here. I'm having fun. Had a good bit of fun, played Vintage Story for about 4.5 hours. Was starting to kind of feel the, like, okay, we're at the point of just steel grind, where it's, you know, you kind of set things up and you just babysit everything. And so starting to feel like, alright, I feel like I don't have as much of a direction. Yeah, no, we haven't done anything to make those kind of settings easier, like, migration's on. Spawn is not on, respawn. That should shock no one at maximum population. Seeds out of here. Okay. We'll kill this group, they're along the road. Okay. Oh, right, we're on Bernardo. I was trying to remember what our character's name was. Because at some point we need to get Bernardo, whatever we're going to make their outfit be. Okay, so we want to stay away from where we get the warning about the stink. Let's see, you recently got Napping 6 for the first time, build for it too, and you really enjoy the long stone blades that let you craft. Oh yeah, the long knives or whatever they are. Yeah, no, I like those ones as well. Yeah, no, exactly. Respawn's on with 16 times pop. You can't even theoretically outrun the spawn rates. So it just becomes a wake up, fight the zombies in your immediate area, desperately claw for a little food, go back to bed, repeat. More realistically, it becomes move out in the middle of nowhere away from all zombies, do your best to never go anywhere that zombies happen normally. Stack them up and knock them down. Okay. All right. And basically, I'm just taking apart the watches until we get enough electrical for a generator, and then I'll probably never touch a watch again. Let's get to the point where it's no longer saying it stinks. And sit back down. Let's see, not that do the number of zombies keep in reasonable at max when spawns are turned on. So spawning and respawning are two separate mechanics. When you're talking about spawning in Project Zomboid, that is when you say your peak population to be higher than your starting population. We do not have that. We have it maxed out for both. In those cases, the zombies will keep spawning in at a set rate until, a given day. So it's basically, it's going to reach the max pop, at which point, then it gets there and it stops. And that's like, you kill it, you can just subtract that and pretend that's the new max pop. Respawns, they will continuously spawn until they hit what the max population for an area is supposed to be. So if an area is supposed to have 10,000 zombies and you kill 2,000 of them, once you leave the area where you're not close enough to prevent the respawns, then what'll happen is it will respawn about 10% of the difference per day until it's reached the maximum population. Now, the issue you run into with, 16 times pop is you might have a single cell that's supposed to have, 20,000 zombies in it. Now, the issue with that is when you have, 20,000 zombies supposed to be in one cell, you can sustained kill somewhere around, this is build 41 numbers, I don't know the build 42 ones are at, but build 41 numbers is around 700 zombies, give or take a day, reliably. You can certainly get higher than that, but not sustained. You'll need to use, ammunition or weapons that, you find and come and go, or just get, lucky about things, that kind of thing. Now, the issue you start running in is when you're spawning 10% of the population per day, and you're able to kill about 700, well, that means you can't even kill enough to offset the 10% of the one cell you're fighting in, and that's not even considering the neighboring cells that are going to have some zombies migrate over and then respawn the zombies in their cell and yada yada. So you get the idea. And it is one of those things that you can go to, a really quiet part of the map and knock down the population and keep that going. But you're basically trapping your run forever and kind of out in the sticks, because that's the only place you can make headway and get anything done before you immediately get, bullied out again. And also when you look at the cities, you're like, but you just said that any place you hadn't been recently is where it spawns. You just have to stick around. It's like, well, city's big. And as I mentioned, the migrations, the zombies will move in from, the north part of the city to the south, and we're talking thousands of zombies. That takes time for you to deal with. And it will backfill those. 10% of the cell. Well, the respawn is handled on a cell-by-cell basis. So it'll be 10% of the cell's population, but each and every cell will do that. So it is cell by cell, but it is affecting the whole map. So you might have a cell that we haven't killed any zombies on that cell yet, so nothing will happen in that cell. But on a cell I have knocked the population down, they will respawn. The point is, mathematically, you run into a situation where you cannot kill the zombies faster than they respawn. The technicality about the specifics around that kind of take a secondary. About how big is the cell again? I believe it's 300 by 300 tiles. If you want, a map example, I can usually find a field that fits it. Yeah, so if you want a map example, this block here is probably a cell. It probably goes up to the highway, down to that highway, and comes up here. And you can usually tell if you look around at the map, you'll see a bunch of squares like that on different spots of the map. You can see there's another square is going to be right there, another square right there, then this will be a square here. But you get the idea. You can actually kind of see where the cells are, broadly speaking, by doing that. That said, when you get into the cities, it's impossible to tell where everything is. That'll be the key to the house I'm approaching. So that's convenient. Okay, there's a lighter. Take that apart. Yeah, and yeah, exactly. There's also the web map that'll give you the full grid and everything. You can even go into, like, if you don't want to use the website, you can go into debug mode. And same thing, you can, like, literally look at the grid. Alright. Don't want the key? Nope. So, because they're based on that house, and I grabbed a key from one of them, and there's only one building there, both keys will be for the same building. Versus, if I was in a neighborhood, I'd grab it just in case one came from one house and one came from another. But there's a lot of times you'll end up with, like, 4 or 5 keys of the same house on very high populations. Yep, no, you're all good. So we got a group down there, a group over here, and a group up here. How's the nightstick doing? It's okay. Not great, but okay. Here's how we can draw the zombies away from here. Any other weapons on you? Yeah, I got a bunch of, like, fairly crappy short blade weapons. You know, like hand forks, that kind of thing. I'm actually pretty okay on the weapon front. Just the one sound, we're like, huh. That one sound always just gets me. Yeah, we're already on our second nightstick. Yep. We do have 4 maintenance skill, which is pretty solid. But, I mean, we're killing a lot of zombies. Okay. You also love that we're able to wear the satchel with your backpack. Yeah, that's an excellent change. Like, regardless of, like, realism, not realism arguments or anything like that, that part I don't care about. But it is one of those things that, unless you find a really particularly generous backpack, it can a lot of times be very limiting based on your RNG on the backpack, and it gives you at least something else. Alright, that's a really terrible weapon, but I'll take it, because beggars can't be choosers, and, we're begging. Don't mind me, I'm taking part of watch. Give me a second. There's 2 left in this group. Now, because we're killing this group here, and that means I've kind of left a little empty pocket in the rally groups in the area, there is a chance that pretty quickly we might have some other zombies kind of fill in this gap. So let's back off while we rest, because it is the thing where the rally groups move around. And we do have a group of chickens over here in that area. There's a potential that we could use that as a food source as well. Probably not enough to sustain any kind of weight. You'd have to eat a completely ludicrous amount of eggs to maintain your weight. But something that at least I don't have to depend quite as much on foraging. Okay. We're good there. Go ahead and have some gum. And a little bit of fruit jam. Let's see. So with 1 times pop, respawn off, are all the zombies already present? Or will some still spawn in just to fill out the population numbers? So if you set it to 1 times pop, as in both the starting and the peak pop are 1 times, and you turn off respawn, literally all the zombies exist in your world. Like, every zombie you kill will be 1 less zombie the world will ever see again. Like, the number will just go down. If your peak pop is higher than your starting pop, it will work up to that peak population over the course of whatever your peak pop day is set, which is, I believe, 28th day by default. So it means the population will slowly climb for the first 28 days, at which point then they'll start going down. But that's again, you know, at that point, I mean, your starting pop is 1 times and your peak pop is something else. Which is what Apocalypse does. Apocalypse, I believe it's day 28 is your peak pop. So I think it starts at 1 and works up to 3 or something like that. Or 1.5, I don't remember what it is. And then Apocalypse also has respawns turned on by default. Yeah, I want to say you're right that Apocalypse works its way up to 1.5 times or something like that. Right. Oh, that's right, because they changed it with Build 42. It used to be it started at 1 to 1.5, and then it went to then they made it 1 flat in Build 42. So it's like should be about the same population as it was before. Or actually, I think they reduced it slightly than it was before. No. Peak does not multiply on starting. So you've got 3 things that set your population. You've got peak, starting, and base. Base applies to everything. Is rotten meat good for fishing bait? I honestly have no idea. I've never had a need to try and do that. So, unfortunately, I don't know the answer. That's one that we'll need to, like, test. From the videos you've seen, the answer is yes. That's good to know. I never had to worry about using rotten stuff. So what you're saying on base... Oh, yeah, so you have base, peak, and starting pop. Base pop, the math applies to everything. That is just everything you want more population or less population based on base. Starting population is how many zombies you have the multiplier at the beginning of the game. Peak pop is what you have for your zombie multiplier when you hit whatever it is, like 28 days. Like, that's the maximum it'll ever get to. So you're going to start at this population, you're going to work your way up to these, but these do not apply to each other. They apply to the base pop. So if I take my starting pop and I have it at 1, and I have my peak pop at 3, and my base pop is at 2, I will have a 2 times population starting, and it'll go up to a 6. Even though this is 1 and 3 between the two of them. Because otherwise it would be, if you set them to 4, 4, 4, you'd have 64 times, because it'd be 4 times 4 is 16 times 4, but it only ever goes up to 16. Hey, Pakradu, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out? And here, let me see if I can't snooze that ad before you get hit. I got in time, cool. Because we were about to hit the ad break, so I wanted to avoid that. Playing some Satisfactory. Yeah, so no, if you're looking for some Satisfactory, you got Pakradu over there. Playing some Satisfactory and all that stuff, which is really fantastic. Like a really good game. But yeah, thank you for the raid and all that. Yeah, no, that's there was a mod way back in Build 41 that you could actually increase the zombie populations over the max, and it was basically you just crash the game. Like 16 times pop, it can already get a little crashy if you get into dense areas. But taking it higher than that, you just basically load up any city and the game would just hitch and then run slowly and then crash. Gadget Earth, I'm glad you're having fun with Space Engineers. That was a really slow turn. Okay. Said 6 months later, preset goes to 1.5 times pop on 1 times thing. Well, unless something's changed, which, you know, you never know with this game. Unless something's changed, if you have the peak pop lower than the starting pop, it doesn't matter. Unless there's respawns. If there's respawns on, it just means it'll lower the cap of what the expected area is. So as you kill the zombies, it'll try to reach what its cap is supposed to be. But it won't, like, delete zombies out of the world or anything if that's what you're looking at. Alright, so I'm gonna have to drink. I've been trying to avoid drinking water out of the bottle and just using what I need around the map. But we're getting too thirsty. Let's see, is there a way to intensify migration? You like the idea of a static pop trying to clear the map, action hero style, but once you clear a certain bubble, you kind of need to fortify your base, just go nomadic. Yeah, so you can there's a timer for like how often the migration should run, and you can turn that up. In my experience, that, you know, it does make a difference, but it's not as noticeable. It's like where you can go and you can turn up the meta events. I once did a run where I literally set the meta events to its absolute maximum, and it literally didn't feel any different than I had normally played. Like, I couldn't honestly tell you were the meta events actually running faster or not. It's just kind of the nature of Product Zomboid that once you get to a certain level of your character's proficiency of killing, even if you were to crank up the migrations, it probably wouldn't make as much of a difference as you're hoping. A thing to consider with migrations is it's not some magic homing beacon that draws the zombies directly to the player. It is a thing that gradually kind of equalizes the map over time. So, sorry. So, like, if we pull up our map real fast. So let's say, for example, I am killing zombies over here. We've depleted the zombies here. So what ultimately happens, even if you have your migrations on, is this cell here, it goes, I need more zombies. And then the next cell says, cool, I got some. And so it passes a little bit of zombies over. And then this cell passes even less zombies over there. And so forth. And if I keep killing the zombies, the issue is the surrounding area, because I keep drawing more and more zombies out of it. It's not like it goes, this zombie, go all the way over there. It kind of just floats one cell over after the other, little by little. So you do kind of slowly make a low density spot around you. And even if you increase the frequency of the migrations, it'll mitigate it a little bit, but it won't solve that. And then thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So it's just nature of the beast. If you're clearing an area out properly, eventually you will run to a point where there's just not that many zombies. Let's see, if peak pop is lower than starting pop, new areas at peak day will be less crowded, right? If you spawn at a Rosewood, won't have West Point loading the zombies spawning there, right? I believe you are correct that when the cell, until it becomes active, the zombies haven't spawned in, that if you were to arrive and the peak pop is lower later, or even if you just changed the setting mid-run using a mod or something, once you load in the new area for the first time, it will get those settings. But if you've loaded it in at any point, it's kind of set. That changing your peak and base and all that won't change it after that. Does spawning in from a higher peak pop even happen when the player is around the area? Yeah, no, that's if you're in the area, spawns still occur. They won't occur, like, there's a bunch of rules around it, like they won't occur in an enclosed building that the player has added anything to, and they won't happen like immediately on the player kind of thing. But they'll like impact areas that the player's been relatively in. So like if I'm in Rosewood, there will be spawns within the cell I'm in with spawning turned on. It may not be the house I'm in, because while there is cell, there's actually, I forget what they call it in the terminology of the game. So the cell is a 300 by 300 grid, but there's a smaller grid, and when it comes to spawn and respawn, they actually use the smaller grid for actually loading the zombies in, whereas they use the larger cells for determining should zombies be loaded in, how many, that kind of thing. There's a lot that goes in there, and I don't know all the details on that one. It's got a lot of moving parts. That's the important bit. Our nightstick's starting to get worn out. Okay. Is it migration can be a blessing or curse? You'll never forget the run where you just woke up and there were like 2 rally groups in front yard, both had a loot pinata. Yeah, no, it's just moving the zombies around. There are dangers and all that come from it. Okay, I did see there's a zombie moving back here in our group. It's a small group, though. Yes, I'm trying to get to where we can, sleep in this house tonight, because I really didn't clear behind me, and it's been long enough that there's a good chance zombies kind of backfilled that area. But it is 16 times pop, and the way this usually works is you just keep killing zombies until they stop showing up in an area as you move around. You will get bullied out, like a meta event will happen, and a whole, like, biblical levels of zombies will show up. And then, them's the breaks. Okay. And there goes our nightsticks. Let's see. You recently stopped on a road trip to break a mineral deposit. Meta event lured a group of zombies in my direction. One of them was a survivor with a military pack. And so you're happy? Oh yeah, no, it's like, most of the time the meta events can be a negative where like you're trying to clear and then just meta event, you just see the wall of zombies cross the highway and you're like, well, crap. But there are times with the meta events that can go the other way. You're like, man, I'm struggling to clear this area. And then the meta event happens, it draws all the zombies away from where you're clearing. You're like, okay, we're just walking in here now. Like the helicopter could be the same thing. Anyone who's been around the channel for a while and has seen me do, like, the really big run in Louisville, once I got past the mid-game, I was using the helicopters aggressively to, like, draw the zombies, you know, to and from areas so I could kill them faster. Let's check the front yard. I might be able to get away with sleeping in this house, even with the zombies that close, as long as we got enough clearance around here. What do you have in that area? I'm hoping cows. Thankfully, no house alarm. I was waiting for one. Electrician 2 is a big find. Okay, I'll leave that window open so during the day we have some light. But if I sleep in that bedroom that has no windows... then they can't see me going in and out of the room. Come on, follow me farther back. Just in case there's that rally group over there I want to avoid. That startled me. I didn't know the can opener could have a execution animation. So when my character just stopped moving and it was grabbing, I was like, please no. Yeah, no, the electricity, we are definitely at like the extreme of what the electricity can go. It can last up to 30 days, and I think you start on the 9th. So we're at over 20 days of still having the electricity. So we're definitely in the realm that there's nothing wrong. But we are in the range that's like, oh, we still have electricity. You legit thought you got bit? I was not sure what was going on. How many whetstones am I gonna find? Oh, did we check that freezer? I don't remember if we actually checked the freezer or not. Yeah. So we're doing fine at that. We got a bunch of junk in here. The bag of sugar is heavy. I'm just gonna eat it here. I believe if you do add a pillow to a bed, I believe it increases the comfort rating of it. That said, I actually genuinely sometimes deliberately make sure my comfort rating isn't as high, because I want my character to sleep through the night. And if the comfort rating is too high, you can actually have where your character's rest is like really, really efficient, and you end up going to sleep when it's turning dark, to wake up to when it's already, like, before the darkness goes away. Oh, that is a big group of zombies. No, it's RNG. By default, you have 0 to 30 days. If you don't change any other settings. And so some runs you'll get unlucky, it'll only go for a day or two, and some runs you'll get really lucky and it'll go for like 29, 30. I've had runs where I literally started the run and before I got to do anything, the power was out. Alright, so... yeah, no, we didn't pull the group. They were just kind of consolidating. There seems to be a lot of zombies in the area, so they'll try to space out a certain amount from each other. The zombie hordes try not to be closer than a certain amount of the rally groups. And it was just the case that there's another rally group down below, kind of close, and so as one shifts, it kind of pushes the other one around with it. I miss when this character had a tent. We had a tent, we got attacked while we were sleeping, the tent got destroyed. Because of the tent, instead of trying to, like, sneak in here and try and sleep in a... Yep. Oh, I could take that apart. How are we doing on our electrical? Oh, we're really close to leveling that up. I forgot. TVs and that are actually decent XP. Because if we manage to take this apart to get that level, then we're ready to read our book. Yeah, the TV's worth 10 XP. If there's anything else worth taking apart in here that we can at this time. Yeah, so I can't read the book yet. There's that. We are a bit overburdened. We can go ahead and take the dots, chuck them in our bag. That'll help a little bit. There's nothing I can put in there. Yeah, we've got some rocks and all that. For right now, you take the regular... Well, no, we can carry it with us. Yeah, I got a bunch of hand tools that'll be alright. Oh, I have a fishing pole? I forgot I got the fishing pole on this one. That's fine. Okay. So we just want to stay quiet in here. We don't want to make noise. Did you mark the propane? Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yep. You can mark this place as looted. I believe I was marking the propane with a star. Man, I remember all these were on the same thing versus a bunch of different tabs. Are we planning on setting a home base around here? No. Right now we're pushing on towards Lake Falls. The intention for this run is we're gonna kind of quote unquote treasure hunt. That when I find survivor zombies, they can have annotated maps. And I will use the annotated maps to seek out their treasure. It's not a strategically sound thing to do at 16 times pop, but it gives a direction for me to go versus just, hey, I'm surviving longer and killing more zombies. Okay, we're good to go. We walk straight to the north first. Okay, it doesn't look like any of the rally groups moved too much to be a problem yet. Yeah, so we're gonna start carving out the zombies around us because there's, you know, there's a barn up there that might have animals freaking out in there that could be useful. Or in the area useful. There's another building kind of to the southwest. Okay, so that's got pigs. Pigs don't particularly excite me. Because unfortunately in Product Zomboid, pigs are pretty not great. Yeah, no, the shed... Oh, actually, did I hit the shed up there? I don't think we did. I can't remember if we hit that one or not. We'll check it real quick, because I can do that without fighting these zombies. Well, I know I didn't today, but the question is, this area I had been a little ways down the street. Because I definitely was in the chicken area, because we got the hutch open. And then there's literally bodies, like there's bodies that I put really close to that shed. Yeah, so unfortunately we got a lot of zombies to clear. Okay. But yeah, if we can get that, the next point electrical, I can read the second book when we have downtime, like when we've, you know, we fight a couple zombies, we start getting exerted, it's like, okay, let's go fight, you know, let's go sit and have ourselves a read. Yep, so just keep picking away at the zombies. Yeah, I don't see the chickens, so I'm assuming they're inside their, like, little hutches there. Yep, there's one right now. I'm gonna try and draw them where they hopefully don't stress out the chickens too much. Oh, we did, when we did the Christmas gift, I don't think we did a gold watch. We did a bunch of stuff. Yeah, that was a lot of fun with Curly doing, like, the Christmas gift shopping. It was similar to a thing that Lollop did. Like, the original intention was just to deliver a bunch of gifts to a bunch of houses. And then Curly was like, we should do, like, our streamer friends, which I think is a great idea. Oh, let's turn that off right now. Like, I had a lot of fun with it. Eat those crackers. Okay, so I'm trying to pick away at this rally group till we got enough space. Now, once we check this shed, I'm going to need to circle back to the house, because I'll probably have had zombies drop back to, pushing up in the house again. We can swap out our gloves, why not? Let's see. Do you have a favorite vehicle model or preference in general? Certain ones? Maneuverability, small size, storage space. A bull driver. It's the big truck. I'm not actually very much of a truck person in real life, but for the purposes of Product Zomboid, the bull driver is one of the few vehicles that, like, it's good for the off-roading side of things a bit. I was accidentally using the screwdriver. That's, you know, well, okay, we'll break that too. Yeah, so Bull Driver's a pretty good vehicle. Like, I like it because it's loud as well. For Product Zomboid, you'll generally hear me talking about how loud is your friend. Sneaking is bad. Alright, so the power's going out. Come on, man. I went from having no problems with weapons to breaking, like, 3 or 4 weapons back to back. Okay, and we can go to you, turn that off, take the battery out, put the battery away. the radio away. Spoiled by nightsticks. Well, even then, it was just like we got a couple that rolled pretty bad. Like, that's certainly one thing, but we also got some bad rolls back to back. Alright. Okay, we can get the last 3 from that group we've been fighting. Yeah, that's the thing. It's always rolls. So even if you get the get a weapon that's got a very good chance of winning its durability rolls, there's always a chance you just get unlucky. Okay, drop another weapon off. Grab the next one. You guys are not picky. If I can hit a zombie with it, good enough. When you're playing these settings, that's your bar. That's your high bar of what passes as a weapon and not. Can I hit a zombie with it, and does it do damage with that? Yeah? That's good enough. Hey, did the mean old zombies upset you? It's okay. Give you a little pats. It's alright. That's okay. You find the tiniest sports car? Aw, man, the little sports cars in the game are absolutely how you just go, you know, this run? I want this run to be over by means of me wrapping myself around a tree. Now we're hungry. I forgot to deal with that. And just a little cereal. Oh yeah, no, the sports cars in a lot of ways are very much a trap. You get the sports car and you have like fun with it for just a couple of minutes, and then you catch like a telephone pole or you slam into a horde of zombies and almost immediately total it. Or just wrap it up on a tree or whatever. Ooh, here we go. Put that away for later. Wait, the butcher yard you've got there? Oh, this is nothing. This is nothing compared to what we do in a lot of these runs. So many of these runs just end up utterly cursed with the sheer volume of bodies everywhere. Alright. Yeah, I know we've done that one a lot of times. When you get into like a dense neighborhood like March Ridge or whatever. And just nothing but bodies as far as you can go. Corpse sickness becomes your dictator for the day on when you go to do something else. Let's grab this tiny group of 2, get rid of them real quick. But as far as the comment about exercise earlier, for me, the reason I don't usually bother with exercise is every single time I'm hitting a zombie, I'm getting 1 XP for fitness, and it varies a little bit. I think it's between like 0.8 and 2 or something like that, XP for strength. And it varies based on a couple different conditions, like what you've been eating, all that kind of stuff. But, it is just one of those things that you do a couple rounds of exercise and all the negatives about it, and it's not as much XP as me just fighting for a day. And then, you know, you have the muscle strain and all that stuff, and you'll have, like, once in a long while, you'll be exercising, you'll hear the meta event go off, and you'll go, crap, as you're trying to have your character recover from exhausted and all that. And I don't think I've ever died to it, but I've definitely had some dicey times because, you know, I'm in the middle of the evening or morning exercises or whatever, and just a badly timed meta event causes grief. There might have been a bug when you were playing right after Unstable Build 42 came out. It felt like I was losing progress on XP most things, exercising or not. Weird. My immediate thought is, were you running mods? Which I know is a little bit of a cop-out, but also a very valid cop-out. You do lose strength and fitness XP, but it's so slow it's pretty irrelevant normally. Mods are weird settings, I guess, is where I'd go with that. Yeah, no, if you're playing on settings that you don't fight zombies super often, I could definitely see the appeal for like slamming out a bunch of exercises. Alright, let's get our next weapon ready. You enjoy when weapons break on execution, it feels oddly fitting. Yeah, I can get behind that. At least you feel like you got something for it. Your weapon broke and you're like, okay, like we took care of this. And our last 2 for this group, and then we can possibly check out the shed. My luck, it's gonna be we checked out the shed the last time we played. Yeah, no, if it was locked, it definitely has a window, but it was locked and had no window. Yep, I'm in a situation where it would not be worth me trying to smash it down. I definitely want to clean up the neighboring zombies. Yeah, no, that's the thing. There's times when you play on 16 times pop where you're like, you spend the entire stream just getting bullied one neighborhood back after another neighborhood. And people like, oh man, it's gotta be so upsetting to lose so much ground. And you're like, I didn't lose ground. There's 3,000 more corpses there. Sure, as far as like, where I am in physical space, you know, I'm less far forward. But I am objectively 3,000 kills closer to not dealing with this anymore. Okay, so we got a really crappy generator. We got a wooden mallet. Alright. So let's mark that. I believe that's the first generator we found. Okay, so now I gotta kind of rework on clearing up the house you're at. Oh no, the crappy generator is actually genuinely good in a lot of ways. I like the loud generators. Generally speaking in Product Zomboid, making lots of noise is something I'm on board with. Right now, we're not the point where you can really take advantage of that. But once I start clearing an area, you'll notice I'll like take the muffler off of the car just to make it louder, that kind of thing. Because it's in my best interest that every time I drive home, I'm making tons and tons of noise to draw all the zombies out of the buildings and woods and all that, and the tree lines into the open on the road. So that I can kill them nice and easily on the open road. Versus instead of having to worry about, like, mucking about any trees and all that. And by pulling them out of the trees, it means it's a zombie that's not going to ambush me later. Let's see, what do you need a generator for? Gas pumps? Without permanent base? Yeah, gas pumps. Yep. Even without a permanent base, because I am playing on 16 times pop, I am going to be kind of holding up in places from time to time. Because it is a thing that if I go to push into a town, it's not I just roll in and a day or two later I'm in town. When I go to push a town, it's like a protracted multi-in-game month war of me just slamming my head against the wall of zombies until eventually one of the two of us buckle. That, you know, I've either killed enough zombies that they can't backfill the zombies enough to keep me from just getting into the town real fast, or I die. Or I run out of weapons and have to leave. You know, option 3 is pretty common, where like you just exhaust your resource and you have to back off and resupply and then try again. Hey, Kitten Karma, how's it going? Just sleepy? I'm doing good. Doing some Product Zomboid. Was doing Vintage Story earlier and was like, you know what? I've been doing a lot of Vintage Story. I would like a little break to do something else for a minute. I think I'm gonna go back in that closet. I'm gonna tuck in the corner and sit down for a minute. Okay. So we'll do inventory stuff real fast. Get ourselves a sippy sip of water. I wanted to get inside, that way I wasn't dealing quite as much with the stink. So I actually don't think you can feed the chickens maggots. I think it's literally all the animals eat hay and like one or two other things. Oh, right. Yeah, I probably should be eating the dots. That is a good call. I forgot I had them. I do appreciate that the dots, even though they're uncooked, still give you happiness. So I don't know about you, but cold, soggy, not yet cooked dots does not seem like something that would excite me very much. Okay, so we've had our break. So there's zombies over here that stressed you out? Yeah, that's fine. Alright. But nevertheless, we're going to keep pushing back down towards the house. Pretty much treating it the way we've done with the last couple of houses. We do the tug-of-war with the zombies at a place to sleep. And as we get it under control, then we start branching out to try and push to the next building. Kind of gradually leapfrogging our way across. Yeah, so not seeing... So it looks like it's just this one group here. The downside is our weapon supply is getting low. And eventually I am going to get bullied away. Yeah, no, I just saw the one cutting around the corner to the east. Sorry, the... Yeah, I guess they were turning east and then would have gone south next. Alright, next weapon on the list. You know, I saw them, they cut, like, right there. Okay. Now, some of these weapons... Yeah, okay, those ones all give maintenance. It'll specifically say if a weapon doesn't give you maintenance. It'll be like, you know, this weapon doesn't give maintenance. Most of them will still give you, like, weapon skill and whatever the appropriate weapon category is. So, like, long blunt, short blunt, whatever. You got something in your shoulder. So I want to check that out. I can't quite make out what it is. Oh, good. A kitchen knife to replace my kitchen knife. Alright, we got a couple down here. Let's go down here and deal with these ones. They're the kind of ones I could see missing and backing into kind of thing. Okay. The fact that they made it so the trowel can execution animation. There's a couple weapons they gave execution animations. You're like, you know what? That'd be pretty awful. Power's gone. I'm wrong. Power's not gone. I didn't see the light on. I was like, okay. Did you see the mod Drongo got made? It replaces the panicked heartbeat sound with the sound of Drongo whining. Oh, is that? I was trying to figure out what that was, because there was something about the heartbeat and that, you know, Drongo's like, we can do this live or whatever. And I missed that it was for a mod. I thought it was like that they were wanting to record something. But like the heartbeat was present and kind of distracting or whatever. I didn't catch that it was for a mod, but that's amazing. Go ahead and eat a couple more tater tots. Let our muscle fatigue go down a little bit. You like that auto returns the bag? Yeah, no, there's always been a couple things that did that. But it's very hit and miss what did and didn't return to the bag on its own. I'm glad they've done more about trying to make that a more consistent behavior. Now, one good thing is that we can clear out the zombies in the general area. It does look like you can find a decent number of sticks and stones around here. That's not really what I meant to do, but okay. Alright. First of all, sir, that's my knife. If you could please remove that from your jawline, I'd much appreciate it. What is next on the list? Okay, a mason's trowel. Sure, why not? Okay. But yeah, like I got lots and lots and lots of loose stones. I see a couple of tree branches here. We would need to rip fabric, and the big pain point we're going to have with that is now I don't have like an infinite water supply to wash the fabric. So it's going to be generally ripping fabric and throwing anything that isn't clean back on the bodies. Didn't think you'd hear about zombie look-smacking Zomboid at the end of the year? Well, I mean, if you're gonna be in the zombie apocalypse, you gotta make sure you got your threads, man. What's the point of living if you're not thriving? You're just dismantling for XP? Yep. Because they've got the next electrical book. So if I can manage to get this next point electrical knocked out, I have a book I can read for the XP multiplier. Okay, there's that. Alright. Yep, nah, exactly. Level 3 electrical lets you do generators. Guess that's 2 more. Maybe 3 more? Yeah, but very, very soon I'm gonna need to make weapons. Alright. So, next weapon on the list, let's keep that for now. Let's keep you for now. I guess the wooden mallet will be next. Let's see, you've heard of Inventive, you only need 2? Yep, I'm not running Inventive, though. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. Inventive, the whole thing is, like, all the recipes and all that. You get them at what level lower than you'd otherwise normally need to do that. Let's go grab these 2. Kill them real fast, go inside, rest up. Sounds like a really good trait. It is. Usually with a lot of the traits I end up choosing, I usually like to choose traits that are beneficial forever kind of thing. Versus ones that give me an early game advantage. Because I already know I could survive well past the early game. So if I give myself something that, like, you know, I could see a little bit better in the dark or whatever. That just sticks forever. Versus, you know, something that gives me a little bit extra XP or XP bonus or whatever. That's good for getting yourself to the early game. Yeah, no, definitely if you're dying early on, or like where your runs could certainly benefit, absolutely take those early game benefits. Don't min-max yourself out of being able to find success. Like if you reach a point where you kind of don't need those skills to survive the early game, a lot of times you can have better choices. And it's also preference. Like, literally what you choose to do your build is only mildly important. Kind of the only ones that are, like, really big considerations is some of the penalties that require you to, like, carry a bunch more junk on you and stuff like that. Those ones can be pretty rough. So, like, high thirst, high hunger, those ones. Those can be pretty obnoxious. A smoker's pretty awful in my opinion. I know a lot of people still to this day really like smoker. Even in this better version that was in build 41, I found it to be a frustrating trait just because all the cigarettes you had to be carrying around all the time. It wasn't hard to get the cigarettes or anything. It was just one of those things like, well, it's just another thing taking up bag space that isn't serving me, like, serving my survival in any way other than mitigating a problem I created for myself. So those are sadly not the annotated maps, but those maps I've been reading are doing is now if I zoom out, we got 2 chunks of Louisville we've seen because we've found maps of them. What's my next backup weapon? Do I have another screwdriver in my bags here? No. So let's try not to use that screwdriver. I think we're on to the point I'm going to need to make it a point to stop and craft weapons. I don't still have water. Water went out already. We did rip a bunch of fabric, and I actually have on some of the houses past. I literally have like 100, 200 ripped fabric that's clean sitting there. But I gotta fight back to it, so it kind of doesn't do me a whole lot of good. Do you know the area you're in really well? I vaguely know this area. We're just northeast of Lake Fallis. I believe I kind of have a better idea of where we're at about, just a little west of us when we actually reach, like, the north side of Lake Fallis. Lake Fallis itself I know extremely well. But some of these, like, random farmhouses out here, I'm a little bit more hit and miss. I believe we need a flat surface to work on them. Yep. Yeah, you're gonna need to get away from the bodies soon because we're getting sick. Okay. Here's another tree branch. Oh, nope, those are regular pants. Yep, I can rip those. A lot of times I see that color and I think they're jeans. Because jeans you can't rip. I mean, you can, but you get denim, and that's not what I need. Okay, so let's get inside where we have a surface. Yep. We played some Vintage Story earlier, and I was just like, you know what? I said I was probably going to do Product Zomboid. Let's do some Product Zomboid. Alright, so let's craft. And we want to focus on the hammers first. Even though between the axes and the hammers, generally, the axes are going to be your better choice. But still. It's much easier to get a pile thing. How are combat skills looking? They're looking relatively good. We're up to about 4.5 on maintenance. Just about to hit short blunt, like short blunt 3 2/3. Short blade about to hit 2. Axes were pretty low. Let's see. So, what are your changes from build 41 to build 42? Like you like or agree with? I do think having the crafting have more depth is a net win in general. The negative I would say around that is I do think they needed to increase the durability of crafted weapons. And yes, I understand realism. You're not going to be making a more durable than what you can loot weapon. But the amount of effort that goes into crafting now, to make it make sense, they need to be more durable. Otherwise, it's just a feels bad kind of thing. I do think the basements are an absolutely amazing addition to the game. Like, hands down, wonderful. You don't like that they got rid of Very Thin? I thought they mostly just changed the name of it. So instead of Very Thin, it's whatever. It's like Fast Metabolism, I think is the one that replaced it. Just the same as, like, for Obese, they didn't get, like, they sort of kind of ish got rid of it. They made it Slow Metabolism, but it's effectively the same trait with a little bit more nuance. I'm getting so few clean rags. Any plans to push the military base? Probably not. If I were to do something, I'd need to do that on a lower population setting, realistically, just for time consideration. Like, we've definitely pushed the military base more than once on 16 times pop. It's something we've definitely done. We've succeeded at it at least twice. But, you know, that literally took us, like, weeks of streaming to do it. So for me to do that, I have to, like, massively reduce the population just because of the time commitment. Oh, we got some zombies popped in there. Okay, and we dropped our trauma bag so I can actually fight without being over encumbered. It looks like a rally group repositioned. Yeah, and I've made the comment, like, this is still the way I like to play the game, but just by the nature of the fact that, you know, I don't think I'm ever going to go and, like, full-time Product Zomboid any real amount like I did in the past. I very much enjoy the game, but after thousands of hours, I can't see myself doing runs that go into the multiple hundreds of hours. I'll just burn on the game way before we hit that point. Alright, so I've got enough rags for 3 weapons. Got 2 tree branches. I need some stones. Let's see, 16 times Pop World, you haven't touched in a while. You think it's at like 57,000 kills, and it just got boring. That is kind of one of those things that happens when you're doing those like really, really big runs. You know, the game is kind of at its best early game. And it's not that it gets bad as like middle late game, but just the nature of the fact that the game kind of works like it's a bunch of checkboxes. That, you know, you get your generator magazine, you get your this, you get your that. You get, you know, a certain skill level, yada yada. That for everything you accomplish, it's one less thing to do. And you eventually do get to the point where you're kind of scratching your head being like, I guess I kill zombies. Or I loot just to have loot. Like, you don't need it anymore. And so it's kind of one of those things that it can become a bit of a slog. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people complain that Project Zomboid doesn't have an endgame, and to a certain degree, that is fair. But, like, you're not expected or intended to live that long. Man, the corpse sickness is getting us way harder. I wonder if they made a change since I played the last time. They've been dealing with corpse sickness a lot more than I remember. So rest here for a minute. Is the effect from sickness, thirst, hunger, knocks your carry weight, effectively reducing your strength stat? Yes. If we get too thirsty, it'll hurt our it'll hurt our strength. If we get too hungry, it'll hurt our strength, and if we get too sick, it'll hurt our strength. That's part of the reason why we went to the dark red while I was out there. Really like the mod that makes masks help protect corpse sickness. Didn't they add that into the base game? Like, it didn't used to be a thing, but didn't with Build 42, wasn't that one of those things that they added, was that, you know, gas masks and that actually help with corpse sickness? I know they had talked about wanting to do that. Gas masks do? Ah, gotcha. So gas masks do, but maybe some of the other ones don't. Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say, is I thought like gas masks and surgical masks and all that do now. They didn't used to. Try sprinters important vanilla? I mean, for me, I actually find sprinters way less enjoyable. Not even because of difficulty, but like you get a feeling of progression with the normal one. The more you turn on sprinters, your feeling of progression is just gone. Because whether you're at 10 in literally every stat or at 0 in literally every stat, you deal with sprinters the exact same way from start to finish, and it never changes. You pull them in 1s and 2s. If you get 3s and more, you either use windows or fence cheese, or you run away. Rinse and repeat. Congratulations, you're doing sprinters. So I find sprinters to be incredibly limiting on the variety of gameplay. It is a thing you can do, is like to spice things up, to try something different. That part of it, you know, absolutely fair. But it was a thing, like, and this isn't coming to me as someone who's like, I don't like sprinters, I don't play sprinters or anything like that. I mean, I don't these days. But, you know, we had permadeath, hardcore servers and all that with, like, Lamprey and everyone else. And usually I ranked in, like, the top couple of people so far as number of kills on the sprinters, and I usually survived most of the, phases, whatever they called them. Most of the server resets and all that, I would survive them. So it wasn't that I didn't play enough to get got or something like that. I would actually score pretty high on the number of kills and whatnot, and survive. Not always. I definitely took a couple of deaths here and there, like... Played as server with sprinters, did not enjoy. Yeah, sprinters on multiplayer is also a bit tougher, because the desync gets a lot more dangerous. Because usually it's just when they switch aggro, and that's just you don't fight too close to each other, so when stuff switches aggro, there's a little bit of a kind of leeway there. But when the zombie is a sprinter, it really narrows that margin for error. And when you're dealing with like that kind of stuff, it gets to be more of a problem. Yeah, so sprinter gameplay could be a thing as something just do something different. But I actually found it a lot less engaging, a lot less interesting because it is pretty arcadey. You alt F4 to survive desync? I never did that. But see, in vanilla, once you get equipment, the zombies are not a challenge anymore, and the world is safe to you. Almost always, sprinters change that and make the world dangerous again. You're not wrong, but in vanilla, without the sprinters, you actually have a feeling of progression, which that's the catch-22 of that. Like, to have a feeling of progression, it has to be meaningful. You have to gain stats, you have to get stronger. But you do reach a point where, as you're saying, it's not that the zombies aren't dangerous, but they are easy to deal with, encounter, and that kind of thing. So you're not wrong that you get in that situation that if you take away the feeling of progression so that the zombies stay dangerous and threatening, it takes away a lot of the joy and value and all that you get out of the feeling of progression. But by keeping the feeling of progression, it kind of limits what you can do in the end game, just in the sense that you do get stronger and stronger and stronger to the point that you start getting tired of your run because the zombies, you can just knock them down kind of en masse. But that's kind of my argument against sprinters is, while it stays dangerous, you lose that feeling of progression, that the stats don't really matter in the same capacity. So, like, you feel like you really are locked into playing the exact same way forever, that there's no, my character is getting stronger. And your character is getting stronger. But because of the nature of sprinters, you're kind of forced to keep engaging it in the same manner. And it's the same thing when you set the sprinters to, like, a % chance, because you do, if you want to live for any length of time, have to approach every group as if they're all sprinters, because technically with how the % chance thing works, that is a possibility. An unlikely one, but it'll be the one time you approach a group where you don't take it seriously that suddenly 8 of them are sprinters and they just overwhelm you because you didn't approach with caution. I also don't like with sprinters that, like, if you're going to be doing any higher pops, that, like, the actual strategy for dealing with it is to kind of find an intersection or someplace, and at that intersection, like, build your little fence box. Ooh, nightstick. Build your little, like, fence box and pull the zombies to, like, the murder box. I never did that one, but that was a very popular tactic on the permadeath server I was on, because it was one of the few ways to, like, really kind of reliably deal with the sprinters. And even that could get dangerous. Yeah, it's fine. What's not fine is I went too high on my carry weight. Hold, please. Because that's how you die. I went to move and my character went slow. It's like, hold up. Wait a second. Because I'm carrying a bunch of crappy stone hammers in that backpack. Okay. But yeah, no, if you enjoy sprinters, that's fine. I just don't. I like Project Zomboid because it is a slow, methodical game that you look at the situation, you approach it with, like, a certain level of caution and all that, and it's all that. And the problem with sprinters is the moment you turn them on, it becomes far more like Arcadian reflex based. Where did I drop that bag? Because the grass is kind of tall, so it's pretty hard to see. Is that it? No? There it is. I'm just too far to the east. Let's see. Was there a button to release the bag, or are you imagining it? There might be. All right. If so, I'm not remembering it. That's a small group, so let's just pull them and deal with them. Probably need to rest from the muscle strain soon anyways. Did you notice me? Notice me. Yeah, no, they're talking about if there's a shortcut key, like I could just hit like a button D or something and my character just yeets their bag immediately. But as far as I'm aware, there's not for that. Like, I know F is for your flashlight. Let's deal with that muscle strain real fast. Okay. Zombie senpais, notice me, please. Kill count on this character is only about 1150. This is a relatively new character. My record, my personal best, is around 300,000. I don't remember exactly where it landed. It was ballpark around there. And then I used to hold a world record at one point. At the time, the world record was 135,000. That's one character, one life, no mods of change itemization or vehicles, and on like super duper sweaty tryhard settings. But yeah, we're still pretty early game, still kind of getting bullied around. We're at that phase. And I wanted to go after that one. We don't want to jump between groups. All right, let's do the circuit around the house. Okay, pig just pigging. We want to do like the circuit around the house. Make sure we don't have zombies too close. And then we just keep killing the groups. All right, cool. Taking targets of opportunity, that kind of thing. Because we can keep picking away at the little groups here and there. When we don't have little groups, we do the slow burn on the big groups. Because we all start with no, I also start with no stats whatsoever. Because I want that early game to last as long as possible. Because the early game is the best part of Project Zomboid. Okay, they're noping out to the west, which is interesting. That's very likely the key to that house, so we'll want to grab that. One of these will. I do not remember the wooden mallet being this decent. I don't think I've ended up using it since Build 42 came out very much. But I vaguely remember the wooden mallet being like a relatively okay weapon. One second. Gotta get my news. Can't start the day without the weather. I don't think it's like the new crowbar level thing. Because it's definitely not like beating the nightsticks or anything so far, but it's like, alright, you're doing work. It feels like it's in that range of like the claw hammer and all that, which is a pretty solid weapon. Okay, so it does seem like the power is going to go out today, like next 24 hours in game. Which still, that's like a really long amount of power. We didn't get like quite to the max or anything of what it could have been. We definitely got pretty late. I think it is like, we're like day 23 or 12, actually we can check. Yeah, we're day 23. So it can go 30 days. So we got to day 23, which is definitely better than average. You got some on your shoulder there, friend. Or am I just seeing things? Because it really could be either or. Okay, unequip that and put that away. So day 23, you're still getting spawns, right? No, we're playing on maximum population, no respawns. So literally, if we didn't have respawns on, you still would not get new zombies so far as like spawn zombies because we set the game to the max. You only get spawns when your population is starting population slow, like lower than peak. Let's see. Now it's impossible to use sawed-off shotgun to improve your handling with some decency, which is a shame. You like the new thing, but sorry. Yeah, no, it's all good. So actually, I've only used the sawed-off shotgun with 2 boxes of ammo, and I'm about halfway to aiming 1. So it still works. It's not like the supercharged thing it used to be, where you get a box or 2 of shotgun ammo and you come out with like level 3 aiming skill. But it works. It's not like the meta it used to be, where you just, again, you'd grab it, you know, you grab it and go blasting, and then just suddenly you're good. The music picked up intensity. What do you know that I don't know? Okay. Guess nothing. Is it just nerfed? Yeah, no, it's nerfed. Generally speaking, with Project Zomboid, even when they nerf something, it doesn't have a tendency to be like nerfed from orbit kind of thing. The closest we've had is how hard they hit spears in Build 42 at the beginning. Like, there's definitely times that bugs have broken stuff. As far as deliberately, like, you know, utterly breaking something, it's pretty rare. Let's see, do meta events only happen around the player, or do they also move zombies farther away? They happen around the player, but they have a pretty significant distance it can cover. Let's see, not a Project Zomboid topic, but so it's your first time encountering a bell monster in Vintage Story. They really did a good job on its sound making. Very distinct and kind of creepy. Dude just showed up in your Iron Mine. Yeah, no, the bell in Vintage Story, you hear that. Like, my very first encounter with a bell, I didn't actually see the enemy. I was just, I don't even remember, I was like down mining something or other, and I heard the wall, and I heard the like, ting, 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 as like, just left. I'm like, I have a full inventory of stuff. We drop it when we die. I'm nowhere near home. I am taking my ill-gotten gains, and I am leaving. Handmade spears. Yeah, and Ultra definitely jumped on the spear meta, which is never like a hard meta. When I mentioned, oh, that's here. I don't want you to break my window, so let me go ahead and open that for you. Welcome in. I'm gonna go ahead and open this window too. Yeah, so if you didn't see what happened there, I went to get water and there's a rally group of zombies just sitting outside the window. Am I playing with all rates at 1? Are you talking about XP? What do you mean by rates? If you mean XP, I have not changed XP in any way. I have also not changed loot in any way. Yeah, generally we're playing default settings, except we started with literally no stats. So strength, fitness, everything 0. And we cranked the zombies to the moon, and we set the zombies to, the helicopter to... We set the helicopter to sometimes, quote-unquote. So it shows back up like every, I think it's like 10 to 12 days or something like that is the frequency. Which there is technically a level harder called often, but I want to say it only changed it from like 10 to 12 days to like 9 to 11 days. So it's kind of like the step between once and sometimes is huge, but the set for between sometimes and often is pretty negligible. Yeah, so your muscle strain gets better with, I think it was strength and your weapon skill. Are you playing with infection? Yeah. No, I've literally done nothing to make the game easier. I mean, I guess technically with respawn off, but it was respawn off with 16 times pop, so that's kind of... Not loving this. Okay, let's get ourselves a little snacky snack. I'm gonna have to manage to get out of here and eat, like, get some food again. Is there a point where you can have full days of killing at 16 times pop? I mean, as your fitness goes up, the amount of sleep you need goes down. That is a thing that does occur. There's always some level of you're going to go to sleep. But as far as, like, me needing to rest, that depends on your weapon. That's actually why I like the short blade so much. With the short blades, you can pretty much fight the entire day, sun up to sundown, pretty close without breaks. Little bit. Versus if you're using something like axes, every group you pull, you gotta take a stop. The house has been compromised? Yeah, it was gonna happen. Let's see, what's the lore between the automated emergency broadcast? And is there any explanation or equivalent in real life? So in real life, you do actually have a automated broadcast thing that goes out, and it does report the weather, like, constantly. It's not even on the hour. I want to say it's just like it just basically loops reporting like the weather and some other stuff like that. So they use it for, when you're out at sea and a whole bunch of stuff. So that exists. The idea of it reporting like aircraft activity detected, that's not realistic to real life. That's not what they do. But the reality is behind a lot of those systems, which are run by groups like NOAA, those systems, they do depend on human input. They're not truly automated. Basically, a human being kind of writes, here's the report, and then it just loops through reading that report again and again. So there is some equivalent in real life, but the reality is, once like the power grid starts going down and everything else, those reports would stop. Like, it might for a while keep looping the thing, but it would just be doing whatever the last updated report was. There's been excuses people have come up with why it still gets to, like, why it would still work. Like the idea, like, the person's on some island by themselves, so have managed to completely be away from the zombie apocalypse and yada yada, but that's just stuff people are making up for the sake of their own interests. Because the reality is, like, those systems are just run, by, like, just people at, like, universities, that's just a responsibility they have to run those system research kind of places. But yeah, it would be a thing that once the infrastructure starts failing, you know, it would go down to. And like Citizen Z, I'm not familiar. Sorry. But yeah. No, the reports are automated and all that. But I think Project Zomboid makes a lot more sense to you if you aren't the only survivor. Though you don't have like, yeah, no, that's the idea. I think we're probably pretty close to about 1,200. Just probably a little bit shy of it. Only reason I'm not bringing it up is I just brought it up a second ago, but it was about 1,150, and we've killed probably another 20 or so zombies since then. Yeah, no, actually, that's absolutely. There is, when you're playing Project Zomboid for, like, the first week or so, there are a lot of, like, radio broadcasts and all that. You have to, like, find the hidden stations and all that. But if you're listening to the station at the right place and time, or not right place, right time and everything, on the right frequency, you get little snippets of lore here and there. And then you also have the newspaper articles now that go and fill out a lot of things. But the general idea of what happens in the Project Zomboid lore, without spoiling all those individual broadcasts, is broadly speaking, Nox virus happens. There's this day that there's this, like, fog, and, you know, a bunch of people die, and zombies happen. At first, there's, like, a minor delay of figuring out what the is going on, and then they start making the exclusion zones and all that kind of stuff. And there's a bunch of things that in the game imply that there could be a number of different ways that it could actually have happened, but they never give you enough to confirm. And that's a deliberate decision, I believe, so that you, the player, can kind of infer what you think happened. Like, we've got a hidden military base that's experimenting on animals. We've got Spiffo, the fast food, you know, McDonald's/Burger King proxy, was doing some really, really questionable, suspicious stuff with their food, that maybe that's where the Nox virus came from. There's, like, implications about some not so great research being done otherwise. You get the idea. There's just a bunch of different things. It could also just be a straight up just, you know, naturally occurring virus that just happened. But they leave it open enough so that you can kind of tell the story you want to tell. But over time, what ends up happening, though, is you have, for about a week in-game, there's, like, a lot of stuff going on the TV you can listen to for lore, and the radio and all that. But most of it after the first week pretty much drops to almost nothing. But I want to say there is a broadcast that happens. It's something like day 8 or 9, and it's the very last one you get, unless it's changed, which is entirely possible. That was basically kind of inferring that, you know, the zombie apocalypse has broken containment. You know, it's now become, like, a global problem, that kind of thing. You know, and that, like, you're just left to believe, like, oh, you know, as zombie apocalypse always do, they try and quarantine fails. And, you know, that's around the point you stop hearing anything from the outside world in any capacity at all anymore. So the implication there being is, effectively, the world has fallen. Yeah, no, generally, if you're curious about the lore, you're probably either A, gonna just need to look up the transcripts themselves, which there's plenty, you can just, like, Google them, or B, you're gonna need to look up the frequencies, or, like, you're gonna need to look up, like, when to go and all that, because one of the challenges is, when you find the frequencies, it doesn't tell you anything, it just calls it unknown frequency, and you just need to be listening, you know, at the right time for whichever one you found. Because, like, that's, there's, like, one storyline that follows this reporter she is outside of the exclusion zone trying to figure out what the hell's going on inside, because, you know, the military has closed it all off and everything. And she's talking to someone on the inside. And I don't believe you hear the inside side of the story, but you can catch her broadcast radioing in. And she has one where she's trying to get a hold of whoever she was talking to, and isn't getting an answer. And then that happens, like that broadcast happens right before the helicopter event can happen. So while we don't have a confirmed connection between the two, it's very heavily implied that this news reporter had someone on the inside giving them information, and when they went dark, that, you know, they decided they were just going to violate the quarantine zone and fly over with the helicopter to, you know, investigate themselves, and then you get the helicopter event. But none of that is confirmed to my knowledge. That's all just lots of breadcrumbs. You can kind of fill in the gaps in the story. Like, and that's the way I look at it, is, you know, you've got the governments being super duper hush-hush. Clearly something suspicious is going on in here, and they're not giving any satisfactory answers. And so eventually, to get the scoop, someone decides, to hell with the legal, I'm going to go in there and get the information. Yeah, let's do a lap around the house again. Let's see. You wish there was actually a reason to make a good base instead of just killing everything in the vicinity? Yeah, there's been a number of mods that have attempted to give reasons. Like there's mods that do like the 7 days to die thing where zombies just spawn in and attack you. It's pretty unsatisfying because it literally does make the zombies just appear from the ether, so there's no real dealing with that. And then on top of that, Project Zomboid is a game that they have deliberately not added traps to the game. Not proper traps. And that was a deliberate decision. It's been a thing since Project Zomboid came into existence that their whole point is that you are supposed to deal with the zombies yourself. So there's no like, you put out your spike traps and then kill the local zombies kind of mechanic. And that is a deliberate design decision. It's also one of the reasons why they don't give us, you know, obnoxious level of firearms that we can just go blasting the, you know, all the zombies nearby. They want you to get in the thick of it with the zombies. Like that's a design decision. The combat is built around that. Yeah, for me it was 7 Days to Die. Like, I own it, and I played in the past. It was never a game I really got into. You know, it's fine being voxel. I don't mind voxel games. I was literally playing one at the beginning of stream. I don't know, like, the survival style that is, and the Horde Nights and all that, and then being voxel with that, I just never got into it. Like, it never really landed the same way as a lot of other games do. And then the devs around, you know, the devs around 7 Days to Die are pretty awful people. They have kind of screwed everyone they can around their community, devs, content creators. It's like they go out of their way to be like, what can we do to upset people this week? And so it kind of sucks that the game is popular in spite of how crappy the devs are to everybody. Yeah, we could let that one through. Yeah. Now the one that was kind of like the last straw for me is there was a mod called Troublemaker. And so the mod is basically one of these things with like Twitch integration that, you know, you drop bits and you can do stuff like spawn zombies or bears or whatever on the player. You know, your typical Twitch integration kind of stuff. So understandably, like, that was a desired thing that people had requested for Twitch integration. So someone created that in the absence of devs doing it. No problem. And eventually the devs actually added in their own baked-in Twitch integration. It wasn't as good, but, you know, fair enough. And it wasn't that they turned to the mod and said, okay, mod, we're not going to let you be authorized to do this anymore. Like, we're going to let this slide. Because technically it was in violations of their terms of service. The fact that the person was making money through the bits and all that. Rather than, like, do something supportive or even turning around and being like, hey, you know, we don't want you doing that anymore, so, like, we're gonna shut down that mod kind of thing. Instead of just doing that, which already can kind of be crappy, but like that would be if you wanted it to stop being a thing, the appropriate thing. Instead they went and they DMCA struck creators running that mod. So you would be streaming 7 Days to Die on your channel and using this mod so that people could use bits to, you know, mess with you in the game. And because it used 7 Days to Die sounds in the mod for 7 Days to Die, they hit it as a DMCA violation. Like an actual DMCA violation. So it did end up becoming a major ordeal for those two different creators. It's like, what is this cartoonishly awful thing? It's like, these are literally the people who are streaming your game, marketing your game to their audiences. Why would you do this? But yeah, it actually was the thing that brought an end to Troublemaker, because Troublemaker also operated on another number of different things. It was available on this, it was available on, I believe, Sons of the Forest, on Project Zomboid. But it was one of those things that, like, with this whole fiasco, the people making the modules, like, never mind. Does it remind you of, like, some other big companies that DMCA'd mod creators, like the GTA mods? So it's kind of one of those things. I don't agree with it, but it's kind of like one of those things, like, if you have a mod that, you know, it starts blasting some track that's, you know, copywritten. Sure. Yeah, technically, if it's blasting a copywritten track, it would be appropriate for that to result in a DMCA strike against the mod. But it's the whole thing, like, when you're getting hit for that, and you're someone who's playing who's not expecting this mod to do these things, it feels like one for very short-sighted thing for the companies to do who are doing the DMCA strikes. But also it's like, what is your expected outcome of this? You're doing this, what is your expected benefit? Like, you're doing these DMCA strikes, and the assumption is with the DMCA strike that you are trying to make sure people buy your product, as opposed to, you know, like, watch someone else break your copyright or something like that. That's the assumption. Whether or not there's, like, that occurs or not is a separate argument, but that's the assumption. But when someone's playing a mod in a game and it just plays, like, a little bit. Now, it's a different thing if it's like, hey, this is a mod, it's going to play the entire discography of the Beatles. It's like, okay, hang on. That's probably fair to actually DMCA strike that mod. You know, unless it's one of those things where, like, hey, this will play the songs if you drop them in this folder. We don't provide the songs, at which point, then, sure, you're probably fine. Hot take, you don't think music should warrant a strike unless it's isolated? So, first of all, I think DMCA is a terrible system. Because it's kind of a guilty until proven innocence, assumption of guilt. You have to defend yourself. And the consequence of false reporting is pretty negligible. But at the same time, I do think, like, when a track gets licensed to be played in a game, that, you know, it's free game for that track to be played in the game, like, no DMCA strike, anything like that. Like, if I'm playing GTA and it's playing a copywritten song because that song is in GTA as part of the licensing of it to GTA, it should automatically be okay for anyone, like, streaming YouTube videos. And again, with the exception of if I wait till the song starts playing and I pause the game so you can listen to the entire track, there's definitely a point where it's like, okay, this is about the song. I don't like that I have to be paranoid about every game's soundtrack just in case they have copyrighted music that they're not warning me of and all that. Right, no, exactly, Leon. It is the existing one. Is the reason why we have this problem is when you buy the game, it is a license for you to play the game with the soundtrack. But then when you're doing, like, creator stuff, you're technically rebroadcasting a kind of thing, and the license isn't considering that, which is fair. I keep having a really slow turn, and I'm not loving it. Yeah, no, just weight down is not too bad. If we go to overweight, that is a bad one. That is how you die. The problem I have right now is our muscle strain is really bad, and we're exerted. How do you feel about muscle strain? I'm fine with it. I actually didn't even mind in its first version, which is the one that like people really hated. I understand why people hate it. I don't think it was the wrong decision to back it off. But it is one of those things. For me, it was one of those ones that, like, it didn't change much about my 0-0 gameplay. I'm still gonna fight a group of zombies and then have to back off. The only thing that really changed about that was when I have to back off. Yeah, that's... When I back off, it was a, more significant thing. So problem here is now that we're at high exertion, instead of as I walk around not fighting, slowly recovering my endurance, I am slowly depleting it. You feel like it takes 16 times pop? Well, it's one of those things that as you gain levels and stuff, it does get better. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Thank you for the 3-stream streak. That's I figures are on the cusp of death. Let's drop the bag again. Because it is penalizing my endurance recovery. We already have a pretty significant movement speed penalty due to the high exertion. Wifey, I love you too. I'm assuming you're heading to bed? Okay, you sleep well. Love. Just my wife heading to bed. You're in a shirt today. Okay. Are you not usually in a shirt? All right. Normally in a t-shirt and hoodie. All right, so let's go take a sip of water. We can sit on our bed real quick. Have ourselves a little bit of cereal. You're in a smart button shirt and tie. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, when you're like in a shirt today, I was like, what? feel like I'm going to be given too much information here about your normal viewing situation. The Americans are butchering the English language. I don't think that's strictly an American thing. I'm thinking pretty much anyone who's spoken English has butchered the English language. You go throughout the world, and I mean, Australia's certainly done things with the English language. The British have certainly done things with the English language. The Americans have done things with the English language. There's no shortage of people who have ruined the English language. Are these zombies spawning, or were they just walking around and finding? They're just walking around. We have spawns turned off. The zombies in Product Zomboid are actually fairly mobile. They will ultimately move around a whole lot. So it isn't a thing, unless you really clear a very wide area, you should just expect the zombies to roll in and cause you grief. Although you keep going to say the American language, I'm getting a little tired if you didn't catch it. I don't normally refer to it as American or anything like that. I definitely call it English. Because, I mean, like, if you're talking Americas in the United States, we actually have nearly the same amount of, like, Spanish-speaking population as English-speaking population. It's why we didn't have an official language until only the last couple of years, and that was more of a political drama than anything specific. We do not need to go into that discussion. But, then you look at, like, okay, well, we're talking North America. Well, now you got Spanish and French are very heavily spoken because there's a very large French population in Canada. And then again, the Spanish here. Okay, well, maybe we're talking the Americas, like the whole set of American continents. Well, now the Spanish completely win out in a huge way because there's all of South America and Central America that is either, you know, Spanish or Portuguese. Like, it's one of the things when you hear it around here where you'll have someone who, like, and I haven't had it happen in a long time, thankfully, but, like, someone will get upset that, you know, they go into, like, you know, a restaurant and all that, and, you know, the person doesn't happen to have English as their native language. And, you know, they'll try and ask a question that's kind of complicated, that, you know, it's got some technical words. So for someone who's not a native English speaker, it's very understandably something they won't understand, because they're words that you don't use in day-to-day speech very often. And the person's like, does anyone here speak American? And it's like, a couple of your brain cells die hearing that. It's even worse when you're abroad and you hear that. Like, you're in Germany, and you hear someone say that, and you're like, oh, please. Please. Stop making us all look bad. Like, you're in their home. It's totally fine to be like, you know, excuse me, do you happen to speak English? That's fine. But it's like when the guy gets in a huff and just, like, yells. It's like, does anyone here speak English? Like, in a, you know, in that tone. And you're just like, oh, no. You know, though English and Spanish are also different languages, there are also variations in Spanish. So, oh yeah, no, absolutely. Same with English. Like, I would argue that, you know, British English, United States English, Australian English, and even, like, between Australia and New Zealand English, they're very, very similar languages with significant enough differences to justify considering them they're kind of like a subset. Hell, even inside the United States, like, I would argue you go someplace like Boston, and they have enough different words that you could also argue it's like another subclass or variant of English. Because, like, it's like, where do you draw the line between an accent and, like, a proper different language? Only 3 variants of English? I have no idea. Like, for actual, like, official distinctions and all that, I have no idea. But my comment was more along the lines of almost every language, if it's spoken in more than, like, one small place, usually will have enough variation to it, you know, to argue that it is its own, like, subclass, subset, whatever you want to go, of, like, the other language, or a variant where it's just, like, its own totally different animal. Let's see, the only place in the U.S. you couldn't understand English was in the Appalachian Mountains in North Carolina. Oh man, you get like way out in the woods, like way out in the boonies, swamp, Florida. It can be real hard to understand some of those people. It's like, are we speaking the same language? I'm catching a word or two, but I'm really having difficulty understanding you. And I'm not trying to be rude, and I'm not trying to like nitpick, but I am struggling. Can you use a different word for whatever that thing you're trying to tell me is? Okay, so I'm gonna need some more fabric. Let's see, what a language is versus dialect versus variety is also so much of an emotion of political ties that many linguistics don't use the terms. Yeah, no, and that's fair. I think it's one of those things that you can't really draw a distinct, here's the line, because even with like, okay, well here's this, you know, like where I mentioned Boston, that they have kind of their own variation on how they pronounce a lot of things. I would argue even within the context of just Boston, you would see variation. So it's kind of one of those things that, like, it's so hard to draw any kind of anything from it. I'm gonna have to find a natural body of water to deal with these weapons, because I am getting nothing but dirty rags. And unfortunately our water's off. And I could use the water to clean rags. And we did that earlier. I actually have a stash of rags at one of the houses we can't really get back to easily. But, just doing the best we can with what we got. I do miss the days when, ripping a bunch of clothing would get you decent tailoring. Like, it'd take a while, because you only got XP when you got thread, which is very low odds early on. Do you still get thread? I actually don't know. Like, it's so infrequent, I don't see it. Oh, I think I actually broke out of where I queued everything up. I don't think I've gotten any thread ripping stuff with it, you know, since then. I want to say there's a different trick to getting... Oh, actually, I think there's an entirely... I think nowadays you have the spinning wheel. That's right. I want to say for thread now, you got to go through the spinning wheel. Okay, so we got some lucky winners in there. Wait, can I not carry those in there? It's fine. Put them in here for now. Yeah, the last 2 stars? Yeah, no, that's, can you use the puddles? I don't think so. But, you can probably go to one of these bodies. And get a dirty rag and see if we can't. Yeah, no, like I said, I think what's happened Okay, so we got natural water. Wash. Yeah, so it's not enough. You just don't have enough water there to clean the rags and all that. Is that a pot outside to collect water? I would need a pot for that. And I don't think we have one. I'm pretty sure we don't have a pot. I think we had a pot in the last house. Like, we had houses we got bullied out of over time, which is something that happens in 16 times pop. And some of those had that... Oh, you know what? Okay, so we can get 2 more of those made. There is an image on the shelf, so you weren't sure. Oh, I can check here in a minute. Because it's possible there was one sitting on the shelf and I overlooked it. That is not a hard thing to do in the game. When an item is not in the shelf but sitting on it, it's real easy to not look at the the floor tab or whatever you want to call it. Okay, and we can put those in our bag. Put you in the bag. And you in the bag. Oh, over there? Yeah, no, that's not a thing. Yeah, I see what you're looking at. Nah, unfortunately, that's not a thing. That doesn't actually show what's on the shelf. It's just a set graphic. See, with this update, you want to see how they left the foraging work. So when the multiplayer update first dropped, the foraging worked. It had problems in multiplayer, but in single player, like you were leveling just silly fast. Foraging is still very strong. Would you say conspicuous is still the best trait in the game? I wouldn't say it's the best trait in the game, but I would say conspicuous is good. And considering it technically gives you more points for other traits because it's seen as a negative, I would still say the best trait in the game for me is probably keen hearing. Being able to see behind you, even if it's not as strong as it was in build 41, being able to see behind you even the tiniest bit more is going to save your life more than just about anything else. Because the zombie in front of you is rarely the thing that gets you killed. It's the zombie behind you that gets you killed. Like, obviously, if you whiff a swing, that kind of stuff, that does get you killed with zombies you're fighting head-on. But most of the time, it's, you're fighting and some zombie walks up and grabs you from behind, or you walk directly into a zombie that's pretty well blended in with the ground because of visual noise and bad weather and that kind of thing. What isn't worth it now is smoking. I didn't like smoking in build 41. I found that to be an utterly obnoxious trait. Oh, I think Product Zomboid's crashing. I was noticing I hadn't heard the page flip for a while. Goodbye, Product Zomboid. Alright, well, let's reboot that. What does conspicuous do? It makes it easier for zombies to see you. Which on paper and according to the game are a bad thing. But in reality, it means the zombies more reliably aggro you at the same distance. So what that ultimately means is instead of having that fuzziness around the edge where maybe not the zombie actually they actually spot you, you very consistently can pull the zombies at a more precise range. Versus, I argue, inconspicuous by proxy is a bad trait because it makes the aggroing the zombies a lot more tenuous, so it's harder to predict. See, well, before it was just stress over 1 extra point, if you remember correctly. Now it's horrible because of the cough and all that. Yeah, even then, but that's the thing, like, people just kind of endure the negative. Hey, Italics, thank you so much for the raid. We just had the game rebooting real fast. It did just crash, but I hope you had fun. I believe you were playing Vintage Story from what I saw earlier. I don't know why the game is not on the screen right now, so hopefully that changes before anything happens. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know, Italic's absolutely fantastic content creator, plays a whole lot of similar games to what we play on the channel. Has been playing some Vintage Story recently. I'm going to have to potentially switch scenes back and forth and see if I can't get the game to show up on the screen. But yeah, so definitely go check out Italic's, playing some more Vintage Story, all that good stuff. We started the stream with Vintage Story and all that stuff. You finally have a real house at Vintage Story? Nice. I started my stream with Vintage Story, played about halfway through. I'm on to the point of steel, and so it was kind of like, okay, you know, I'm kind of like, I've got my steel pants and everything. I'm just kind of doing the circle of the steel. I'm like, you know what? I want to play some Product Zomboid. Alright, I'm going to pause immediately. Okay, so give me 2 seconds. It didn't look like we lost much time, but for some reason the game is not showing up on my screen here. So we're going to go ahead and switch scenes real fast, give it just a second, and switch right back. And hopefully now the game comes back up. If that doesn't work, we'll try the thing where we... there it goes. Cool, so we didn't lose any time. I was literally sitting here reading a book when it crashed, and we lost like 20 in-game minutes. Not like 20 real-life minutes, but 20 in-game minutes. So that's a big old nothing burger right there. Do we have the 2 hammers I made, though? I do. Let's see. Product Zomboid luckily never had to be rebooted. It also never crashes. Yeah, no, it's pretty rare that Product Zomboid crashes. We are dealing with 16 times pop, and stuff happens. We are also on the experimental build of Build 42, so there's also that as well. But, you know, it's generally been a pretty reliable game. Oh, you forgot to Kappa? Yeah, no, the one you get real crash as a Product Zomboid is you do 16 times pop, and you spawn into West Point or Louisville, and then you watch your game go slideshow, and then it stops responding. You go, okay, I understand. I flew too close to the sun. I didn't fly too close to the sun. I flew directly into it and just engulfed myself in the corona, and I was like, is this too close? But yeah, so we are doing sweaty tryhard things. For those who don't know me, I am Rual, Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in this game right here, Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, at 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles, on a bunch of sweaty tryhard settings. We're actually playing very similar settings to what I did for that run as well. Food's getting a little low. I just need to go and do some foraging. I've been putting off because, yeah. Yeah, once the zombies started going black, the fan starts spinning. Yeah, for those who don't know what that's referring to, in Product Zomboid, once you get over too many zombies on the screen, it'll stop rendering the texture on the zombies, so they'll just be kind of like these silhouettes. You know you're playing with fire when you see a lot of silhouettes. Yeah, so luckily that crash didn't cost us, because sometimes the character and the world save separately, so sometimes you'll have weird situations where... Okay, so the power's out. We knew that was coming. We got lucky this time. The power actually went 24 days before it went out, and the maximum it can go is 30. Let's go ahead and put you on my belt. But yeah, so we're still pretty early game. We're at about probably 12 to 1,300 kills, I'd guess. About to be 1,200 kills. And our water's out and our power's out. Why did you stagger there? But pretty much what we've been doing is we're by Riverside, and we're kind of getting bullied from one area to the other, because that's just what 16 times pop is. We're also 0 to hero, so we started with no stats whatsoever. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And we're building up from there. We're at about, like, 4 maintenance and some change. Alright, so it looks like heavy rain and fog. Was that tomorrow or the day after? Or sorry, is that today or the day after? It's looking like the day after. It looks like tomorrow we got crappy weather. Turn the radio off, pull the battery. And we can unequip that. Put those back in my fanny packs. Alright. But yeah, so pretty much because we started with no stats, you'll see me go through a lot of weapons, and we'll be using some really outrageously garbage weapons. Come on, piggy. Go out. Are you... Oh, I was about to say, I thought I was going to run to the other gate and start smashing the other gate. Here went up by 2. Yeah, we gained 1 point in strength. And then also we're not, you know, sick and overheated and everything else going wrong that our character's been subjected to. Yeah, no, when you're fighting, as I mentioned a couple times before when people ask me about exercising and what I do in the game, genuinely speak... I will kill you, pig. Come on. But yeah, so we got fitness 4, or sorry, not fitness 4, strength 4. Fitness should be like 2.5. But every single time you hit a zombie, you get 1 XP in fitness, and between, I think it's like 0.8 and like 2 XP in strength. And that has to do with a whole bunch of stuff like what you've been eating and all that stuff. The point is, just think about it, every time you hit something, you get a tiny bit of fitness and a tiny bit of strength. Okay. Hey, Warren! Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you enjoyed yourself a good stream. If we can get a shout out for Warren as well. Another fantastic content creator, has historically played lots of RimWorld, been playing some Project Zomboid recently. So good times over there. With that said, we are kind of in focus dealing with some zombies real fast. But yeah, so check them out. So yeah. Alright, come on, man. Hold, please. And I know I have the nightstick. I'm deliberately using our crappy stone hammers first. Yeah, I know it's going to be that time. People wrapping up around this time. A lot of people doing New Year's and all that. And thank you for the follow. You've been here often, but you don't know why you didn't follow? Look, I might have to reflect this on your report card. But thank you for all those follows. Welcome to the stream and all that. Alright, let me go ahead and pop in here and rest for a minute. Multiplayer's been a blast? Yeah, no, multiplayer's been good. Right now we're doing single-player stuff. But we've done some decent multiplayer stuff, too. That's kind of the thing I'm most looking forward to, is more multiplayer stuff, more collabing. Did you peeps all the Project Zomboid? Yep. But again, if you like RimWorld, you like that kind of stuff, we've had both Italics and Warren rated here. Both are excellent choices for stuff like RimWorld and all that good stuff, so definitely people to check out. Project Zomboid multiplayer is too janky for you? Which was true of Build 41 as well. Yeah, no, there's desync. Most of the desync problems are vehicles and being too close to other players when you're fighting. Those are your primary sources of desyncy weirdness. That pig is upsetting me greatly. And thank you for all those follows. Welcome to the stream. We do have anonymous follows, if that wasn't obvious. That way people who do not want to be part of the content don't have to be. Obviously, if you're like, you know, just follow or whatever, I don't mind, you know, acknowledging them and all that stuff. Yeah, no, the pig is just utterly having a party, just trashing that gate. And thank you so much for all those follows. Did we get a shout out for Treacle yet? I don't think we did. We need a shout out for Treacle as well. Yet another option for if you're looking for RimWorld and that kind of stuff, you can definitely find that over there with Treacle as well. We got a lot of excellent content creators here that are absolutely. Do we get Asriel as well? We have a lot of fantastic people here tonight. That's what it boils down to. We got a lot of fantastic people here tonight. Because Asriel does simulation games. So if you're into that kind of stuff, you can find that over there. So like your farm sim, Euro Truck Simulator, those kind of things. Okay. Which we are going for just shy of another hour. I am doing the Streamfester raid train that Salford Sal hosts. Oh my god, Pig. Just stop. Go free, I don't care anymore. You have successfully been obnoxious enough that I do not care what your fate is. Excuse me. Please don't dirty up the window. Yep, so check out Treacle. Plays a fantastic range of games. Does stuff like RimWorld, that kind of stuff. Been doing some Enshrouded recently. You would have killed it there. Oh my god, really? Well, I've already aggroed more. It's fine. I don't actually care about those windows. It's just annoying. You'll have that window broken in just a second. There's just a couple of sounds your characters make now that either get under your skin or make you chuckle. And this muscle strain where it's like, you're like, aw, this sucks, huh? The one that makes me feel bad is when your character's like at max level depression, and they have the like not quite sobbing sigh. Like you can tell they're like on the brink of just breaking out in tears or so, just utterly miserable, and you're like, I'm so sorry. You deserve so much better. You're not getting it, but you do deserve it. I mean, actually, my character's pretty well taken care of right now. Alright, are you by yourself? I think you're by yourself. So I'd really like to get in this house finally. Okay. Oh, there's another stone to throw in the bag. And one of you had a watch. If you play a deaf character, you don't hear the sad noise. You don't hear anything. Low-key, for traits that are rough to play with, deaf is rough. Not even from, like, the basic difficulty side of stuff. Sure, that is absolutely a thing. But the thing that makes it rough for me is you get to the point where you're just like, I just want sound. It doesn't even have to be useful sound. I just want not silence. If I could have not silence, it would be wonderful. Because the only sounds you hear with deaf is that bag sound. That plays. And like one or two other sounds. Now, push our luck. We got multiple from upstairs. And we are exerted and muscle strained, so we make good decisions with our life. Like, death is an interesting challenge, but it is real unpleasant to play. It's also awful to stream. Because streaming-wise, you have a lot of people who just kind of want to listen to the game. They don't want to watch it, per se, like they're doing other things. It makes for a real bad experience when they're trying to listen to a game that has no sound. It's a little bit of a risky rest, but we'll do it anyways. And thank you for the follows. Welcome to stream. Let's see, not even the product Zomboid scare violins would pop up on Nora. Yep. Just enjoying ourselves a nice little read about how to do electrician's work. This is the book 2. We've already gone through book 1. We're actually not far from being able to hook up the generator we found. It won't do us any good right now, though, unfortunately. Until we can get to a gas station that we can actually stay at. You know, I can't get gas to the generator, so it becomes meaningless. But, that said, it's another thing sorted. You hear the meta chopper events? You used to not to, unless they changed. Because that used to be one of the scary things with Def, is you'd be walking around being like, man, the zombies are being a little aggressive today. And then you see them all kind of like whip one way and whip the other way, and you're like, oh, it's the helicopter. Ah, I understand. They're not just being a little uppity today. There's like full-on helicopter that I should probably be not just standing in the middle of town doing this. We can learn how to make pizza. I doubt we're going to get to the point of being able to make cheese and all that for a pizza, but at least we'll know how. It's fine. I actually care about getting the materials. I just wanted to do it for the purposes of getting a little electrical skill. Hey, Ve Victus! Thank you so much for the raid. Everyone's being incredibly generous with all the raids. I really do appreciate it. But for those who don't know, Ve Victus is another fantastic content creator. Not sure what you're playing right now these days, but has historically played a lot of Project Zomboid and all that stuff. Well, that's actually fresh. Sadly, I don't think I'm in a position where I can cook that without being more effort than I feel like doing. Well, that's fine. Got our junk food. But for those who don't know, Ve Victus, another fantastic content creator, playing some Project Zomboid recently. Definitely someone to check out. Get the feel for the new stuff? Yeah, there is a lot there. Alright, so this might be real spicy up here. Ooh, actually. I've been hurting for clean fabric to make weapons with. Oh, you're worth 10 now? Okay. Now I know where to get a lot of rags, because that means I can pull off the curtains and use that. Because getting so few from the zombie corpses, like, alright, this is really rough compared to what I'm used to. We got a purse. Got some lighters and all that, but I'm pretty good in that. I don't want to carry more. You got that. Let's see. Hearing the chopper makes sense to you. You'd be able to see it. The events are super weird, though. It makes you feel like your character's imagination, since it's the only thing you can hear. Oh. Okay, well, we can't carry all that. We'll have to mark those. So we got a lot of books in there. Honestly, don't need those. When you play cautiously, stuff like painkillers, you end up just with heaps of them going, why do I keep taking these? Alright, so let's go to our keyring. Oh, no, wait, I take that back. I need... Grab those back. We have a basement. That's right. Let's drink some water. Have ourselves some chips here real quick. Okay. Smithing hammer. Alright, so let's mark our map real fast. Okay, so we have looted this building. But there's still goodies in it that we're not bringing with us. We have lots of books, metal, chisel. Just slide you on over here. You know there's good loot in the prison. The admin building in the prison has good loot. The rest of the prison is not worth your time. The rest of the prison is where you go for a lot of food that rotted a very long time ago. And otherwise, pretty irrelevant. But yeah, the admin building actually has an armory. The armory is one of the better places to get guns if you can handle the zombies. But the main building, hot garbage. Hot, full-on garbage dumpster trash. I was really hoping this would be... There's a style of these sometimes that they'll have like a storage area in the back. Feed and troughs. Alright, nothing there we care about. So let's go down to... There's another building down this way that we can take a quick little peek on down here. Yeah, the armory is upstairs. You're correct. Yeah, you can find non-perishable snacks in the prison cells, but for as much of a nightmare fuel as the prison can be, trying to, like, clear into the prison for a fistful of Snickers bars, not really the play. There's way better ways to get food than to tackle that monstrosity. Because prison is usually considered one of the more dangerous places on the map. I personally find the hidden military base to be way more dangerous than the prison in my book. But I definitely know, between me and a handful of the other veterans, we have gone back and forth on which of those is the worst. And most of that's talking like pre-Louisville and all that. Let's drop that for a second, because I don't want to be that overburned if I can help it. Let's see, you used to run burritos with high loot and use the sirens to pull prison zombies out from Malta burn instead of fighting your way into the armory. Risky, you burned it down once or twice. Yep, that happens. So it's not looking too encouraging on the loot front for this place. An empty sprayer backpack. We can read the magazine now. Oh yeah, no, the prison has got some real risk. Did I just cancel that? No, okay, cool. I thought I canceled it right at the end. I was like, please don't do that. So you've got a rope. We got a spray bottle. We have 2 spray backpacks. I'm pretty sure I already have a saw. Yeah, I already have a saw. Okay. So I can do this. Mark this building, same thing. Rope. Spray. Backpacks. Now I can technically make the rake into a spear and all that. I'm going to leave the rake alone for now. Well, I mean, there's 2 rakes. Okay, we're going to grab the rakes. I'm actually surprised we didn't go the next level of overburned. Alright. Yeah, no, exactly as Lardine's saying. The way you deal with the prison as safely as possible is you stand outside and you make all the noise you can. When I cleared it the first time, I literally would drive the truck into the front door, blast the horn, then back it out, then blast the horn again. That kind of thing. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because it was just the safest way to deal with it. Because otherwise that place is an absolute nightmare. Alright, let's see. We can go ahead and craft ourselves a couple more weapons while we're standing right here. Aren't zombies already dead? No, no. Undead is a separate thing. Undead is a separate distinction from dead. They pushing the prison and clearing the cell blocks, etc. is not something you do unless you want the kills. Yeah, no, there's nothing worth going for in the cell blocks. I know it got mentioned that there's some snacks. You can also get like the prison uniforms and that kind of thing. But like, you're really taking on a lot of risk for not much payout. So you do it because you want to do it. Not because it makes any level of logical sense. I'm actually surprised we're not more overburdened by that. Oh, it's the pig moving around. So let's finish this book off real fast so I can huck it. But the sirens are the loudest in the game, louder than house alarms, shotguns? No, house alarms are the loudest in the game. What perk do you choose to run? I don't have the, I don't have my command updated for the traits. Basically we took, I always forget the name, it's like slow metabolism. It's basically 0 strength, 0 fitness. We don't have any points in anything. So anything that gives you a point of stats, I don't have. I do have stuff like cat's eyes and that kind of things. Like your generic just good but don't give you stat stuff. Alright, so you've cleared this area. You keep doing your thing, pig. Live your best life. Yeah, I think the helicopter alarm, or sorry, the house alarm is louder than the helicopter. The difference is the helicopter, because it moves around, it ends up covering more area. Like, because it kind of orbits you, and where it orbits you, that makes it have more range. But the point is, both are obnoxiously loud. It is a thing that, like, the way, I don't know if it's still this way, the way pinpoint hearing has worked historically, is it just takes how far sounds can be heard from and then multiplies it, and I think it was by 3 if I remember correctly. So, to give you an idea for context of how ridiculous it was... Wait, what was that blue shirt? Yeah, it's full of holes, never mind. But, to give you context, the house alarm, if you had a house alarm go off in North Rosewood, with pinpoint hearing, the zombies in Southern Muldrow would hear you and react to it. Like, that is like a quarter of the distance of the entire map. House alarms are loud. Now, to be clear, that's with pinpoint hearing, which means it's 3 times the normal range. But that is one of the reasons why when a house alarm goes off, you kind of stop what you're doing and assess the situation. Let's go ahead and eat some crackers. Yeah, pinpoint hearing is a setting on the zombies. I mean, if you're running pinpoint hearing and you run sirens, you can do pretty similar effect. Where you can draw zombies from, like, the entirety of the cell and, like, the next cell over. You're loud enough to carry. Let's see, was it you who had the bajillion zombies in Louisville and were shooting the fence? Yeah, that was me. There was a bug when I was doing that. That was only lasted, like, maybe a couple of days to a week. But there was a bug, and that's a real-life week and all that. But there was a bug that even if you didn't get pinpoint hearing, there was something that was just wrong on the back end that you would end up getting zombies having, like, even stronger than pinpoint hearing. And I was doing a Louisville 16 times pop run at the time, and it literally got to the point where it's just trapped in the Louisville military checkpoint. Wake up, fight, very narrowly get to the point of being able to go back into, like, a trailer if I'm really careful, go to sleep, and just repeated that for days and days and days. Like, real-life days, before that bug finally got fixed. It was rough. Like, I kept going back and forth being like, what do I do? Like, literally, when that bug came out, I killed over 30,000 zombies in that little area. I couldn't get out of the area because it was just so dense with zombies. And we made a backup of the save and pulled it up in debug mode and just, like, pretend this is all open up here and that's the cage going out. Just in a corner like that, we had 20,000 zombies. And very genuinely, my game was running at, like, 1 to 3 frames a second. And is having to fight like that. And we survived it. That character actually is the one that was my record kill count character, who's still technically alive. She's build 41, so you know. A thing. Is it on YouTube? I don't think so. I have hard drives sitting over here that were VODs I always meant to get onto YouTube, but it's literally hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds for Project Zomboid. So that part of that run wasn't on there, but that was build 41. Not too terribly long after after Louisville got introduced, I started that run. And that would have been kind of the early to mid run phase. Yeah, no, build 41, was that 3 years ago? Build 41 released, came out of Unstable? Or was that when I think it was 3 years that multiplayer came out on build 41. Yeah, time is violence. But yeah, no, I had the military checkpoint, so I actually had a lot of fire, like, a lot of guns and all that. And once we realized there was the bug going on, it's like, you know what? The reason you're careful about using the guns is all the noise. And you're like, well, they already have, you know, it's already 30,000 something zombies in this area. Like, there's nothing going to change that situation so far as noise. Like, we have all of surrounding Louisville on our doorstep. Let's just grab every gun and just blast. And, you know, we killed a couple thousand zombies that way, but that was a nothing burger compared to what I was dealing with. So just eat some raw thistle, as you do. But yeah, the thing that was good about that run, though, was once I finally did break out where I had killed enough that, Did you get aiming 10? I don't remember what our aiming skill got up to. It was all our melee skills. We got every single one of them to 10 in that run, with the exception of spears. I think that was at like 9 when build 42 dropped. Are guns broken? No. You have a lot of people who claim they are, but they work just fine. Guns can work really well. You don't have the shotgun thing where you use the shotgun and you just delete entire hordes of zombies like you used to, but the shotgun works fine. I actually, if you go back a couple of VODs in this run, the first helicopter we did, yeah, the first helicopter we did, I had a shotgun, or a, not a sawed-off, what's the word I'm looking for? The two banger. Either way, I had a shotgun is the point. I had a shotgun and we just went out. Double barrel, thank you. Jeez, my brain was not ready for it. But yeah, we had a double barrel and we were just kind of went out moment the helicopter day started, just emptied out all of those bullets. And it was pretty much every single shot was giving me about a kill on average. So like I'd have like one shot wouldn't kill any, then the next one would kill 2, so it kind of averaged out to about 1. But you'll still have people who go like, it's terrible, it's awful, whatever. It's fine. Even the old shooting was fine. It was nothing amazing, but there's a lot of people who expect this game to be a game where you run around guns ablazing and start blasting place up, and you can do that with mods. But the base game, like, you're supposed to treat the guns in the game kind of the way you treat a katana. You know, you get this cool thing, you use it, and then it runs out, and then you go back to not using it anymore. That's kind of how guns are supposed to be in Project Zomboid. The catch is, early game, your guns suck. You gotta get your aim skill up. And people be like, oh my god, how are you so bad aiming? It's like, hey, just pretend your character, this is the first time, like, they've heard of guns, they've seen a gun once, but they've never used one. This is your first time your character's, like, picking up a gun and using it, and understandably, they're kind of crap at it. So, like, they go to, you know, fire the gun, and they, like, kind of startle and they utterly miss the zombie because, you know, the big bang noise made them jump a little, that kind of thing. But the guns are super unreliable and really expensive to build into. Although, if you're shooting behind a fence, 1,000 zombies, not based. The biggest thing is no knockback. Yeah, like, even if you had used guns, there's a heck of a difference between plinking at the range of the backyard and fight for your life. Yeah, we're like, there's a sea and all that. Because that's the thing that a lot of people in Build 41 didn't catch. Like, wow, guns suck. Why am I so terrible at guns? Like, yeah, it's that panic moodle over there on the right. Your character is literally about to have, like, a nervous breakdown from just overwhelming sense of the entire world is ending. Understandably, they're not going to be a great marksman right now. Like, they are practically jumping out of their seat, running for the hills level of panic. And you're like, hey, fire this weapon that you're probably not proficient with at a distance. What do you mean I missed? Okay. The also assumption is you have no idea, like, the maintenance level of those guns and all that. For all you know, the person never cleaned their gun once in its entire existence or did anything, like, to do any of that. So you're using the slapdash rusted up gun that, you know, it operates-ish. Also, if you're in a year and that helps, yeah. But yeah, no, it's very much Project Zomboid. The combat is based around you doing melee combat. They're expected to do that for like 90+% of your fighting. And again, with mods, you can change that. Like, if you really want the run and gun, my suggestion is this game called Left 4 Dead. It's really good. You can have a great time just blasting zombies the whole time. I understand you can do like 7 Days to Die and the State of Decay. You can do that about halfway through, like kind of in the middle ground there, where you got a little bit more shooty bang, or Dead Island. All those ones you can do a little bit more shooty bang, but you can't go full ranged fighting. But Left 4 Dead's the one where you can basically just, if you want to just blast, you can just blast. Like you're supposed to do that. Stealth is entirely like an unnecessary mechanic in Left 4 Dead, unless you're playing like the super sweaty settings, and then you're trying to like work around witches and all that. But you're expected to send it in that game. Let's see, you gather around 2,000 or 3,000 shotgun, 9mm, 45, 38 special ammo. Each of your current run, emptying out a few gun stores, mills, stuff. Plan to actually use them on some point. That's got to be enough to clear out a few busy areas. It'll get a lot of work done. Like very genuinely, if you hoard a bunch of ammo for one go, you can do some numbers. Like very genuinely in Build 41, for example, the shotgun, you could get a higher kill count with the shotgun than any other weapon in a game per day. It was just unsustainable because you're just obliterating ammo, because it caused you almost no fatigue or endurance or anything. You could do that day in, day out kind of thing. So you could just go for it. Nowadays, the guns do cause you muscle strain, so that does become a little bit of a limiter. But it does go a long way with all that. Alright, so let's go ahead and get here. One thing I'm gonna need to do real quickly here in just a minute. So let me pull up the schedule stuff. Because we're doing Streamvestor today. And I'm trying to find, because we got a PDF here that we're allowed to share, and I'm trying to find that because I know who I'm supposed to rate. I'm just making sure I get that all set up, because we're going to be wrapping up here not too long. Where is that PDF? There it is. Okay. Yeah, because I believe I'm supposed to be rating Nukium. Yeah. So that'll be happening pretty soon. So I want to make sure they're online and all that stuff before then. Because this is an event that Salford Sal hosts. That pretty much the idea is for everyone going through like New Year's and all that we just kind of start this raid train, and for the entirety of New Year's and after, we just kind of have it where we get passing between. So you'll see a lot of people that are new and a lot of people are different. A lot of us know each other from different paths and all that. So you got all sorts of different content creators in the group. And so it's been fun to be invited this time. So will you be live going into New Year's? I am planning on streaming tomorrow, yes. Because I'm also planning on streaming on what's normally my day off, Thursday, because we're participating in this event and all that. Okay, so let's go get ourselves a drink of water. But before I kick off into a new day, we don't have enough time for me to finish another day in Project Zomboid before I need to raid out. So I'm just going to make sure Nukium is actually live right now. If so, we're going to go ahead and pass off over there. If not, that would be a confusing and complicated situation that I don't want to deal with. Alright. And it does look like they're live. So we're going to go ahead and get that raid going. This is a little bit of an early raid out for me. Which is a bummer with all the raids that came here. But, you know, we're participating. It's a big thing going on with this. I don't have enough time for another day or to do something else. So we're going to go ahead. It's only 10 minutes early, but we're going to drop a raid over to Nukium, who is doing some GeoGuessr and all that stuff. So that should be a lot of fun. Nukium is fantastic people. That is... Did I misspell it? I did. I missed the R. I'm glad that didn't work. Alright, so let's do that correctly this time. So if you're subbed, grab that top message. If you're not subbed, grab the bottom message. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. And on the YouTube side, the stream is just going to abruptly end because I don't have a host ready over there, but thank you for tuning in. Let me go ahead and get my ending stream screen. I always have to end the YouTube side first because even though I do have the rights to use